Live. May the 4th be with you. And I'm hoping everyone can hear us we've now gone live with across 4 different platforms. So we're officially on YouTube. I'm sorry, I'm going to put my hat up for a second. Fully effective, this one. But we're on YouTube, LinkedIn, as well as TikTok and Instagram. So we are, may the 4th be ready for you, shall we say. And we're going to have a whole stack of people joining today's session. So that should be a lot of fun. And we're also going to hopefully, we'll be able to get to see a whole stack of exciting discussions. So we're going to share some of the material. We're going to start on some of the conversations, some of the hard conversations about what does it mean to use AI or leverage AI in 2026, right? And while we're waiting for guests, we've got a number of guests that are available who are going to be coming and joining us today. One of them couldn't be with us today, so I'm going to start with that list. And that person is Jana. She was not able to make it today. She reached out to me yesterday and said, "Oh,
sorry,
is just checking his live stream's working." And yes, and so Jana wasn't able to be here today, unfortunately, and that's because she's getting married. So you said that wasn't a great excuse.
That's no excuse.
I think that's a great excuse. And because she's getting married, and she did say, "Can you send me this recording afterwards?" Because she didn't want to join. I'm going to jump in with showing some of the challenges what I had using Disney this morning. But first of all, let's just bring in some extra guests. First, let me welcome Adam to the stage. Hey, Adam, how's it going?
Hey, good, thanks, Jonathan. Hi, how are you? And hi, Paul.
Hey.
May the 4th be with you.
You too. I could do a Star Trek thing and get booted out. Won't do that.
I know, you would be, you'd kind of straight away, you'd be throwing us out. And Alex is going to join us as well. So I'm going to bring him in as well, just to add extra people into the flow. Alex, you know Adam already, right?
I do. We've met Adam, Paul, Jonathan. Good to be here. Good to see you guys.
We were Star East last week together, right? If I remember.
That's right.
It feels like a long time ago, but it was only last week. My God.
I know.
still recovering from Star East. That's the important thing.
Yes.
And I think it's more because you missed myself and Jason wasn't there this year. So, but maybe next year, we'll see.
Maybe next. Yeah, it'd be good to have you back.
It was certainly not the party that I was expecting with you guys not there.
Yeah, I think that's mainly the reason I wasn't there, is the amount of partying that we usually do. And I think, Adam, was the last time Star East you came out with me for the dinner, right?
Yeah, we did the 2-2 Tangos place with the hula dancers and the cocktails. We went back to the same place, and it was a little more tame this year.
Yeah, so I think you got Joel coming this time with the Mexican Elvis, right?
That's right. Although I thought he had maybe passed away. No, he was still there, right? The Michael Jackson guy had passed away.
Yeah,
the impersonator.
That was a shame. But yeah, I think exactly this time last year, I'd taken a few people out as well for a Mexican, which was great fun, and it just ended with me, Joel, and I think it was Mike. I think at the time, Mike Eckhoff. And he was telling me this great story, which I'm gonna jump into explaining a bit of background on as well, which was about a story about Disney. So for those who don't know Mike Eckhoff, I'm sure you all do, but he was global head of sales for originally Eggplant, and then he went over to, I would say, to the dark side. So I ended up forcing Paul to wear one of my my Darth Vader things. I don't think he even knows what the t-shirt is. He literally said, "If it'll fit, I'll wear it. If the hat fits."
A bit tight, but never mind.
And so he.
So what does this mean then?
So that's just Darth Vader's. Unfortunately, he got killed at the end by Obi-Wan Kenobi, and so he came back in a mask, right? That's all you need to know about Star Wars. I know it is May the 4th, and we do have an Ewok in the back of our shot. That was about as much, and it does look like Endor, right? It does look like Endor here. But I was just saying at the start that Jana really wanted to join us. And I don't know if Adam, you got, or even Alex, you got the chance to catch up with Jana, new hair and soon to be new husband as of today. Sometime today, right? So
didn't know that. I saw it at Star West in the East, rather, in the one of the lines for the same food that they have every year. Yeah, it's like it's Mexican food the first day, it's cold cuts day 2. We were having in line for lunch, and I was chatting to her briefly. But yeah, she looked great. She seemed happy.
Yeah, super happy. And it was her. So yeah, she sent me a message about 11 o'clock saying, I can't make the live stream. Really stoked. I wanted to come along, catch up with Jason, catch up with you guys. But I'm getting married May the 4th impromptu. I don't think she told anyone apart from us and all the rest of the live stream now on here. So everyone on LinkedIn, really, all the 15,000, and you're on 20,000, aren't you?
Something.
You always tell me he's got more than me, and I don't know if it's just because he's better looking or whatever it is, but or he's just been around longer. I don't really know. But yeah, so this great story, and I think both Adam and Alex are probably like this, because I know, Alex, you've been through the Disney pain of trying to get your platform Test Savant into Disney, right? And I think you got bronze. Was that correct? Was it bronze?
It was silver, but they were looking for golds. Yes.
You see, that's not bad. Silver's great, unless that means that you didn't make the PSL and therefore your product wasn't selected. So in all fairness, anything less than gold, going away with gold is not great. From a financial perspective, of course, it's all about the game. It doesn't matter what position you end up in, right? That's the Olympics for you.
That's right.
But yeah, so I was speaking to Mike last week about 2 things. And I think one of them, Adam knows. And then Paul literally sent me the link. What's the guy you watch? Nate
Jones.
Nate Jones. Have you come across Nate Jones, Alex, Adam?
No.
Doesn't sound familiar.
I got that right.
He's on YouTube, and he made a big announcement this week that Atlassian was going to be purchased by a small company called Anthropic. See,
was he the guy? Okay, there was a bunch of guys around Reddit.
Any Star Wars movie,
yeah.
Gone, Luke's dead or whatever it is, right? He would have told you the end bit, or like he shouldn't really kiss his sister, which I keep on saying to myself as well. But it's kind of that. Spoiler alert. And so, we're all sat there, and like none of us have invested any stock in there, but if we had invested some stock, say like a week ago when I was last chatting to you, Adam, that stock would be worth 60% more. So, if Adam had stuck that, I think you made 10 million, didn't you, last year? If you put that 10 million in, we could have 4, and then we could have bought a G4 with the spare cash we paid. But you remember, insider trading is not, it's very serious. So, but obviously if Nate talks about it, then you can invest.
And if it's insider trading, if it's on a Reddit chat, I mean, it's all over Reddit, it was all over Y Combinator forum. So it was a public rumor. And then of course what happened was the complete opposite. Their financials were stronger on cloud revenue, nothing to do with the purchase, but you might have purchased it on thinking that bump would happen, and a different bump happened. So I guess that's not insider trading, because it's different news causing the same outcome. I don't know.
Well, Alex, literally, I think when we spoke to, I think we caught up on the live podcast the other day, didn't we? We did a podcast for Control Alt. And, we said the same thing. He put his entire, family's inheritance in there as well. So I think he's now on a beach in, Miami or something like that. So, everyone's quite happy. But then there's this other interesting rumor we'll get onto later. Everything we're saying is, this is all gold, for those people who are listening at the moment. But yeah, back to Mike. So I caught up with him, and he was telling me the same story, but he was telling me part 2 of it, which is the Tricentis acquisition, right? Which we'll get onto later, which hopefully Adam doesn't know about because it's not on Reddit, right? And he's only there on Reddit to make sure about any angry messages about Inflectra customer base, which in all fairness, I will send you an angry Reddit post about Jason and testers.ai afterwards, which is the only post we've seen with just this one thing saying, is it real? Which is a great question, right? And if he comes on later, then we can address it, right, with him. But yeah, so Mike said to me, I was in Disney with Jay, a guy, actually he was Eggplant, pre-sales for a number of technical sales, whatever you want to call it. And he used to run Disney before Jana, is now the queen of Disney, should call it. And he said, we went in to sell them Load Runner. Well, actually Performance Center. So this gives you a bit of an idea how old this story is, right? And Mike at the time was obviously at HP, and he was like, "Oh, Micro Focus." And he was like, "All right, we're going in." And Jay had done all the hard work, and he put together this proposal that Disney would save 40 million a year if they implemented Performance Center, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the numbers look great. Mike is a dangerous sales guy, so he was like Toby Marsden would have been, $5.5 million ELAs for breakfast kind of thing. Went in, all fantastic, and they came back and said, the guy VP, I think he was even bigger than VP, which I don't know what that means. We don't understand what SVP means. Special.
EVP, SVP, I don't know.
And then it's like, most valuable player VP, whatever it is, right? Or MVP, minimum viable president, whatever it might be. Right? There's so many different titles in the US. We just keep to like director, CEO, and then we have general manager, which means you either own a local shop or you're the general manager of an entire country, right?
That's funny because even CEO was new in the UK when I grew up. There was no CEO. It was MD. It was managing director. Was
managing director, right? But that's different. Managing director is like the lowest rank you get. I think you get that if you go into the US and you just, you're off the streets, right? They go, you could be an MD.
No, associate manager director is if you're off the streets. Once you got,
I think general manager here is only of like our sports teams.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, he's in LA.
Or fast food restaurants.
LA are their own, masters of the universe, or of downtown LA, which is why Adam's in Florida, I think, aren't you? No, you're in.
I'm in DC today,
right?
Yeah.
DC.
My daughter's in California, and coincidentally, has got a job at Disney. She got the job, so that's cool.
So what I was going to do, because Jano isn't here, and I thought, you know what? If Jana's not here, then I can show my first demo before we show a little bit about what you guys have been doing, which I know you've been doing some really cool stuff. So, I will give you both a bit of an opportunity to talk about it. But let me just share my screen for the time being. My Mac is saying to me, you should not be allowed to share anything, apparently. Microsoft Edge. This is where it's going to tell me you've got to restart, and I'm like, no, we'll do it later, which means it's
Microsoft Edge on a Mac.
Well, I also have Windows running on there, so it does feel like I'm all there. I'm all in. I'm just not all in, right? So
you got a Franken PC going on there.
Yeah, it's the only way to run the OS. And I've realized now, based on the settings, because earlier on we're trying to use OBC. So I had this beautiful little touch button, one called Paul, one called Jonathan. It would change the camera angles, very sophisticated. And then 2 minutes before the live stream, it said, "No shall compute." And it said to me, you shall not pass. And so I was like, okay, I guess I'll take it as a hint, which is no. No sublabor. So I'll show that demo later on because it's not going to happen. But it was this morning I went in to do May the 4th, buy some merch, and Cloudflare 403 errors. It was a cascading problem. And this pitch which Mike did to save Disney 40 million, and the SVP, VP, MVP literally turned around to me and said, "You've got the numbers wrong. The numbers are, we don't lose anything or save anything because people, if the performance is bad on our website and they have a bad experience, it doesn't matter. They'll come back." And that arrogance 10 years ago kind of feels like it was the end of an era where we could get away with, less than 4 seconds. People are going to go somewhere else. And, we had all this digital transformation saying people will move banks if they see a blue screen of death or whatever, right? And then, this arrogance that some companies, it doesn't matter, right? If your website sucks, people will still come back. And I think in this new generation, especially the Gen Alpha and the Gen Z, forget the millennials, that tolerance level, the Reddit tolerance level is not there, right? And I think, we kind of, we get it, right? We're not building enterprise systems that are saving lives or working on critical systems, but this idea that the customer is a second-hand citizen and they have to put up with a bad experience, even today, May the 4th be with us all, you can't, and I'll put the video on later, but 30 minutes trying to order something. I've got like the PCAP files and going through it, and it's just error. Cloudflare's getting killed. Apple's not working. And I feel like, I ended up getting the payment through with PayPal. And the only reason I think PayPal worked is because I used to actually test PayPal system in Santa Clara. They used to use Agile Designer. That's the only thing I can think is that, and it's all X.com, so it's all mainframe. So PayPal is pretty much just Elon's only company that they actually did build, which was X.com, which was the PayPal.
I used to have an X.com bank account. It was him and Peter Thiel before they had the falling out. And I think you're right, though. On a BDC environment, there's no tolerance for usability problems. B2B is a little bit different because of the stickiness and the hassle of change management with the team. I mean, I think there's a little bit different. That's going to change, though, as Gen Z gets into the buying cycle for procurement for enterprises. But certainly in the consumer space, you're absolutely right. If people can't find the answer in a 15-second reel, they move on.
Yeah, I think it's also you can go viral much quicker, right? I kind of got the response from the other half, which was, oh, they're telling in the Facebook group that the website's down, or usually that kind of thing. And you're kind of thinking, it's not really the generation, right? The generation now, the TikToks, the Reddits, the instant gratification clan is, your site sucks. It's all over social media, and it damages brand. It doesn't matter how arrogant you are as VP of whatever. If you have quality somewhere in your title, then customer perception's the only reality, right? What people think of you is exactly what you are. And if your brand damage is continuously eroded, I know, Disney have a lot of Oracle in there, right? And if Oracle goes down, you can't check into the hotels, you can't check into the rides, you can't check into the parks. And it's just cascading, failure. And you kind of see it, right? It's fine that, the staff will respond and, they'll do something to kind of try and cheer people up. But you kind of think to yourself, shouldn't this be sorted beforehand, right? And I'm going to blame Adam first, because Adam, you've ran a TCM product for, how long's Inflectra been going?
20 years this year.
20 years. I remember when Test Director 1.0 was just Excel, right? It looked like Excel. I've got a great screenshot. It was just Excel, right? And
it's still partly Excel and behind the scenes too.
It is Excel, yeah. It still is Excel behind. But,
didn't have as much functionality as Excel, did it?
No. Well, it didn't have as much functionality as Lotus 1, 2, 3. But that's a different thing, right? But we all heard the rumors, right? We heard the rumors that it was a grad that came in, wrote some code, left, got into a strop with Mercury in those days, and took the code base with them, and then they spent a whole stack of time reverse engineering what this grad had done to create what is Test Director today. And originally the TD API, which sat underneath it, which was horrible schema, if you remember the days, right? It was literally.
We have a big client in France right now that's migrating from it to Spira, and our support team is still looking at that damn schema because we want to move this. We added some fields to the database because it allowed us to do that, and your migration tool isn't bringing it over. And they send me the schema. I'm like, God, it burns into your skull. I don't want to see that. It's a big French consulting firm. I'm like, here's the source code on migration tool. Come on, you can do it. You've made all these crazy changes. It's it's denormalized. When you do database design, one of the first rules is normalization, but they didn't do that. Every field is text. So if you change a custom field, none of the records get the new value. So you'll have test cases with 100 different versions of the same thing that mean the same thing, but the labels are all different. It's the most nightmarish. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, I think it's a great point, right? Part of it is the ability to customize something. I think this is the question we're all in today, right? And I guess it goes over to Alex as well, in the sense of meta tagging, right? Part of it is with systems gives the ability to provide flexibility. We've been talking about this all afternoon in the sense of the old V model, Agile. And if you remember, Agile Manager was a spin-off of ALM. And what they were doing was they would use ALM, and they used something called ALI, which was Application Lifecycle Intelligence, which was a tool which synced the two up. And I don't remember if you remember TeamCity or any of those kind of old other tools. But
still going.
Yeah, they're still going, but the sync tools were always the big thing, right? And that first thing when you told me the news about the Atlassian stuff, I was like, well, TaskTop, and the two brothers in Canada, who built TaskTop.
Oh, Mick, yeah, the guy who he was the old Eclipse. What's it called? Myelin guy.
It was, yeah. And so
I met
they
him.
got recently bought, which was upsetting because I wanted to buy them, but they got bought by a VC firm. And all they do is they provide Tosca Connect, right? But they also provide
Jama Connect too, and a bunch of stuff. And then
Exactly.
I part of PlanView.
Yeah, and so it was a great service, right? Normalizing data from one source to another and just seamlessly creating sync, right? And the thing is, we know one tool's not enough, right? We know there's going to be 20 tools. If you look at something like, so when I was global head of Deutsche Bank, 74 million budget on automation tools just alone. There was 100 automation tools in that landscape, everything you could possibly think of, from custom built to your main players and everything else. And, it's interesting. I know we'll go into it probably later on about, part of it is you want to protect some of that because there's a lot of knowledge in there, right? There's a lot of knowledge, even if you just think it's written in some kind of Excel spreadsheet or it's in some, ALM repository, it's in some Jura X-Ray versus Jura Zephyr project, or it's some customization in TFS, ADO, whatever, right? Part of it is metadata exists in all these areas. And then you've got a big player, right? You've got someone like Anthropic who might come in and, use that for two different ways, right? First is it suddenly gives them penetration into those accounts. And this is kind of what we talked about later. It's like, it makes sense. You go to Disney, you get the silver like Alex got, it upsets him, right? He can't walk in the street, he goes off social medias for a bit, he has to, drink every Tuesday instead of just every Tuesday and Wednesday. It's impactful, right? Whereas now you're already in Disney because 84% of all organizations use Jira, and then they choose to use X-Ray because 70% of them use X-Ray and 30% use Zephyr because people still like Smart Bear. They don't like little Ewoks, right? But even with that, you sat there going, why, as Atlassian, I know they're Australian, right? And everything's upside down there. But even with that said, why wouldn't you add 5 fields? Because that's all it is for, the extra customization, test step, test description, expected results. And then, add another field and you've got test pass or whatever, right? It's, a kid did it in 3 weeks. Why do you have to sell into the marketplace? But then this marketplace appears and everything's powered with Claude, right? Everything's powered with Cowork. And like even Alex's camera, which is using Cowork to slice him in half, part of it is everything's powered into this new world. And now it's taking metadata from everywhere. So if you've had data that you've tagged into a run that you did for, when you were executing some scripts for regression run 458, and the last 452 times it had ran, you're now taking all that historical information and you're potentially passing some of that data across to make a decision like what requirements are missing, what test should I run next, what's my, is it going to fail next time I run, which we know, what's the likelihood of finding a bug in regression after you've executed it? I don't really care, 10%. But I know 10%. That's 10%.
Isn't it like the stock? It's like the stock market, isn't it? Past performance does not guarantee future outcomes or something.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing, it's a good point you make there. One of the things that I've been thinking about a lot is what are the Atlassian marketplace. What happens if everyone who's got X-Ray or Zephyr Scale or Zephyr Squad or Acumetry, basically all the Smart Bear products, just start type coding their own. The lift from Atlassian core to adding on a test management tool, if you're in that ecosystem, is very low. There's a new Indian company that just launched a low price competitor to X-Ray and is starting to get some market share. It'll take a long time because, as you said, if you look at the reviews on Atlassian, it's a very long tail. X-Ray, Zephyr, Scale, then Squad, I think, and then you've got this massive tail of tiny lots of tools fighting for that 10%. But the cost will drop to zero eventually. Someone's just going to vibe code it, make it free. We actually thought about doing it ourselves, just to be a spoiler, to poop in the whirlpool for X-Ray and let it spin round. Maybe we'll still do that, but that's eventually the cost is going to drop to zero. Look at the Apple marketplace. Everyone used to buy apps on the marketplace. No one buys apps now on Apple on the phone. It's all subscriptions or off app services. I just think someone's going to vibe code a test management tool, make it free, maybe just for the hell of it, and that's going to kill the marketplace. And every plugin to Salesforce, every plugin to Atlassian, every plugin to ServiceNow, if you're a plugin vendor, you're the first to be disrupted. The B2B tools will come next, but the plugins, your moat has just shrunk to a little paddling pool in the Isle of Wight that's like swimming down the channel.
Well, remind me first not to get in a whirlpool with you, because it sounds like, it could be a devastating night, right? But, this is where I kind of want to bring Alex back into the conversation. And this is kind of where I'm getting to with the meta thing is today, as in May the 4th, 2026, when we're recording this live, right? We're not, this isn't not live. We are all here. It's exactly 5:26 on Monday the 4th, right? As of today, there is no Claude test, right? And there is no open AI Codex test, and there is no GitHub Copilot test, right? As we speak today as a community, there isn't someone who could launch it next week an ability to turn a test mode on, right? We've heard the big greats, we've heard people like Sam, we've heard the CEO of tools like Cursor sit there going, what's next, right? What's the next big thing? And we're saying, 80%, let's just say 80% of the use cases at the moment are dev pushing out code, which me and Paul will talk about loads later on, right? But, I spent all the last weekend talking to Jason, right? My Saturday, my Sunday, started light in the morning, ended up dark, right? And at the end of it, there was two predictions. The first one, which I think I said to Alex as well the other week when we did the live stream, was 80% of NPU AI compute will be test, right? Actually, as commoditization, and this will probably all will disagree with, which is fine, but as you coding is becoming just a staple thing which you're doing, is test becomes exponential, because for every line of code you have to do X amount of tests, right? And we can probably argue and debate all night of where that testing exists, whether it's unit, compiler, production, chaos engineering, like what should have happened today. Wherever that is, there's a lot more testing work to be done. And in a way, the test is the most important thing when we're talking about AI, slop, right? Which is kind of where I feel like we are today, right? But let me take a few steps back, because I know Paul will want to talk about requirements until we all fall asleep. And it may happen, right? Because he's tired and a bit grumpy today, right? But, part of it, let's just go back to Atlassian for a second, right? So Atlassian launch, Anthropic's now in. Anthropic suddenly, like GitHub Copilot, like OpenAI with OSS coming straight into your Copilot within Word, right? Microsoft users are just using it. And we were in that hackathon for the MOD last week, and we saw the behavior of the MOD's version of the Copilot and Copilot GitHub, and how it was different, right? You think now Anthropic, which, yes, I know you're a Bedrock groupie, Adam. There will be a few of you guys left at the end of this, right? Don't worry about it. Don't tell AWS that. But, Anthropic grows at the rate it keeps on growing, right? And we know Cowork's going to drop into Copilot for Microsoft. We're going to start seeing work actually being done, as in the reason why Copilot's been running for a long time is to do the process mining. It's looking at what you're doing. It can now power Excel. Excel runs 90% of all business logic. It's now doing Power Pivots. It's integrating with Salesforce. It's pulling your data from SAP. It's doing whatever, right? But you also now introduced this wild card, which is Anthropic, into the mix. And now they don't go through Bedrock. They don't really go through the tenanting challenges around associated with the Microsoft ecosystem. They're just part of Atlassian. 83% already in there. So let's just think HMRC, big Atlassian people. They've just spent the last 5 years just migrating from end-of-life Jira server to tenanted SaaS, which just means it runs in their data center, which means runs somewhere else locally. I don't know. I don't care. The cloud doesn't exist. You can point to our cloud. Where's our cloud? It's over there, which is the cyber shed over there. So everything we show you is running on some tin over in that garden. But if you look at the satellite from the top, he's put grass on the top. So it just looks like, you can't find, when doomsday hits.
The CIA can't see it.
They can't, we'll still be able to run the services out of there, right? Which is what Alex keeps on kicking his desk. And that's actually where the Test Advanced server's running. And Adam keeps on talking about Bedrock. but it's just actually a tiny rock of servers that are Raspberry Pis, right, running the cloud instance there. But Claude opens up, and everyone's pulling data from all these different sources of knowledge. Confluence, because no one could be bothered to use SharePoint. Not SharePoint. Well, it was SharePoint, wasn't it?
OneDrive, SharePoint, you name it. Yeah.
OneDrive, SharePoint. But if you're trying to create a wiki, right, how many of us have actually gone, you know what, I'm going to put my wiki on SharePoint? Because we'll be like, where's the SharePoint admin? Why do I have to read 50,000 books? Whereas Confluence, any idiot can make a wiki page, right? Which I know that sounds a lot of things, but all this information, out of date information, all these Confluence pages, all suddenly become powering into Cowork, which we know is powerful anyway, right? It's probably OP at this moment in time. So Alex, all that data flowing backwards and forwards, right? So all that information that's on OneDrive, it's in all the SharePoints, it's in Confluence, it's in Atlassian. And then you think about Atlassian, you think about all that badly configured projects, like projects that have ended. How most companies, I know HMRC, for instance, have 600 instances of Atlassian, right? 600 different projects with information, sometimes clones, repos of other repos that they were worried about when they were doing chef migration for tax or whatever else. All that data, and then you're passing it to a large language model or something like the Anthropic's Sonnet 5a or whatever it is now. How on earth do you make sure that the information that's coming from the right sources and, you know, the information that comes back on the recommendations of execution, history, coverage, whatever testers are going to start asking this thing in 6 months' time? That sounds like a minefield of misinformation, unless you get better transparency and people clean up all that crap that's potentially in Atlassian, right? You know, I'm going to go to Alex first, ask about how do you do that from an AI assurance, make sure what's coming through Cowork and Jira, let's call, what's the new Jira AI going to be called? Let's call it Paul, right? So ask Pauline, you know, how many boundary value analysis tests have been executed in this one? And it's just going to turn around and say, I can't find anything, but I can find a recipe for goulash. You know, how good, Alex, is it going to be with that kind of real estate, if we're being realistic today?
It's going to be a serious challenge. I think the first step is going to be runtime guardrails and making sure that as you know, the data is moving, but in real time you're able to create some blocks on the most nefarious things, the prompt injections, the jailbreaks. You will have to then start running tests parallel, and so it gets even more complicated, I think, when you bring in agentic systems into it, because now it's not just running through one LLM, it's running through dozens. We were talking with one partner where they had over 30, they had like 34 different agents in their workflow, and some of them are running in parallel, some of them are talking to one another, you know, waiting for information from one another. So you're going to have to start testing all of these things in offline continuously all the time. And I don't think Anthropic can actually handle any of that. I know even from their guardrail side, they were very concerned about security, but as of late, I think they're moving away from that being their top priority, because it makes them a bit less competitive in the market. You know, these guardrails that the big vendors put on, they're somewhat broad and not very focused on the specific use case that, you know, some company might be applying, and that dumbs down their overall like models. So I think lately, like Anthropic pushed out a blog post where they said they're going to be focusing less on the guardrails in order to stay competitive, because the OpenAI is not necessarily as concerned with it, and certainly when you're talking about the flagship like Chinese models, they're the least concerned about it. But it's going to be there's going to be a necessity for companies to basically have a whole system built out, a whole harness where it's just testing out the workflows that they have, you know, running through. It's very curious to see how you do have basically Jira, or, you know, the latest Jira, and they already have all the test cases in there, right? They have the test plans. those are going to be running through some harness that understands the application itself, understands like the bill of material of the application, and then having to build test suites and test cases that are quite specific to that application's use and how it's actually being applied. But I don't know. I don't know how they would actually do this, because I don't see why a company would want to, first of all, continuously, like Anthropic, they're good models, but more and more companies, I think, are going to be wanting to be more like model agnostic and not actually send their proprietary information through the clouds of these external companies. So they're going to want to run these models in-house. And then they want to test the application not just as a broad token span, because you can pray and spray with prompts, send 10,000 different prompts into it. But if it's e-commerce application, it needs a quite specific interaction with that application, how it's built. So basically, it needs to send out e-commerce related injections or jailbreaks, right? Or a application, it's going to need its own type of inputs, and so Anthropic can only probably do, or OpenAI or any of them, if they're going to be building out some kind of a test harness, it'll be quite broad and not focused on the actual use case of the application, which can only be really determined based on the bill of material of that application. So you have to have you're still going to have vendors that are very much focused on that problem alone, and in some cases, the testing itself might actually be more expensive, especially when you're talking about multi-turn testing, right? And these conversational models where it takes 10, 15, 20 different prompts back and forth in order to manipulate the LLM into doing what you want. So it's not just necessarily just one-time send and you get a jailbreak. And the better that their flagship model gets, the more you're going to have to interact with it before you potentially manipulate it into doing what you want, and start to hallucinate and start to drift, right, and start to give you bad output. So it's a very interesting challenge, and not an easy one to solve, especially going in, like, again, into the more agentic systems where now people are using dozens, but within a year they could potentially be using hundreds of different little micro agents with their own language models, and each one of those has to be tested in a very specific way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. Actually, you mentioned that we've had some clients talk to us recently that I know you've been giving me shit about Bedrock. We use that for our cloud hosted platform, but a lot of our clients want their own LLMs, just like Alex has mentioned. We were talking to some manufacturers in South Korea, some defense companies in Europe, and they've got their in-house models. They could be a frontier model they've fine-tuned, or it could be a small language model they've built themselves. They want to use those in their testing process, and then the requirements for Paul's process as well. They don't want to be using a general trained model. And what they want to do is they're using that in their PLM side of things, in their Windchill, doing all their physical bill of materials as they build an embedded system. And now they want to have that exact same model drive the test cases, the requirements development. It all has to stay in-house. They don't want to be using a general purpose model. And I know Atlassian's made a big change to now opt you in, unless you're on the top tier of cloud, where you're opted in for training on the standard and premium tiers of Jira. So if you're a customer and you don't want your data being used for training the model itself, you're out of luck. And I know Copilot's done the same thing on GitHub. We've had to instruct everyone at Inflectra to opt out of that on a per user basis. So it's very dangerous. You're going to have a lot of your proprietary intellectual property being mined. And if you're a company like a Disney or a defense company or a life science company or anyone who's got a lot of IP, these large models are going to be these large public cloud models can be very dangerous. And so I think you're going to see a rise of small language models fine-tuned in-house behind the firewall. Maybe it's a Llama, or maybe it's a DeepSeek, or it's a Quen running in your own infrastructure or your own private tenancy, at least in an Azure or something. So we're definitely seeing a lot more of that. And by the way, there's a great video, if you haven't seen it, that John Oliver, his evening show, did a great one on AI agents and avatars and chatbots. I think it was last week, and some of the dangers. And they showed how this cuddly cartoon fox, which is meant to be a children's avatar, they were trying to see how many prompts would it take to get it to tell them how to make a bomb, a pipe bomb. And it took, I think, Alex, like 10 reprompts. They asked the same question about 10 times only, and then they were finally able to bypass the guardrail. And that's in a kid's certified application. And if someone on a TV show, a journalist can do this, a sophisticated hacker with sophisticated agentic tools, I mean, it would take them minutes at scale, probably.
Yeah, I think this is what we're all kind of. I think it's partly going back to the World Digital Report for a second. It's like part of it is I think we're going to see, and this is why I love why we're doing this today. Is I think we're going to see a lot of change in this next year, right? We've seen a lot of, what Jason, if he was here, would be saying about exponential growth, right, or exponential adoption, and maybe most of us can't deal with exponential because we're not used to it in the sense of the waves, the cycles, DevOps, Agile, whatever. They lived for 10, 20 years, and people had the opportunity to upskill and be part of the, let's call it the revolution or evolution, whatever you want to call it. But also you saw the same thing, is people, when they hit the DevOps cycle, straight away, everyone was just renaming themselves to DevOps engineers. That was great. They had 6 months to kind of skill up, get the right tools, get to the right knowledge. Whereas this is happening so quickly that I think, if we were going to blueprint it, we're probably going to see in the next 3 to 6 months, we're going to see your large foundation models at least adopt or acquire test-specific capabilities that they want to do as they focus on improving the quality of the output of what they're doing, but also the level which is required to sustain the rate of growth that's being done with an adoption with things like code generation tools, which I know Paul will talk a load about, right? But I think at the same time, the capabilities are also maturing exponential, right? But in certain areas, in pockets, right? The reason why I was never interested in large language models because it was, 83 to 84 to 85%. Very it wasn't big bang growth like you're seeing with some of the agentic models that are suddenly going from very low ability to very high in a certain category. Let's call it PLM, for instance. And I think you're both right. When it comes to DSMs, domain specific models, and model gardens in general, we're going to see so much more flexibility. And then like we've seen with OpenRouter and a few other ones, is we're going to see a lot more, bidding on, the right level of compute response, accuracy, confidence of model mixers running from edge, Copilot plus MPUs running on the local machines using OSS models for certain tasks, and then more specific models like Qwen 24B running on consumer hardware at the edge instead of having to go to there at all. We're going to see a lot more interception from LLM caching for responses that have been asked before, especially within corporate infrastructure. We're going to see that reduction of cost, like we've seen a 10x reduction from this time to last year on the cost of tokens. We're going to provide that more flexibility. Things like Microsoft Foundry IQ is going to bring a lot of that offline mixture at runtime for agents to consume and run out. But if we take that for a second, we take an agent doing something as simple as computer vision, using some kind of let's call it omniparser is the quick one for vision for a second. But some of the more Microsoft focused vision models are getting much more accurate now, and a few of the ones that I can't remember, like GUI Owl, right? You've got something running an offline model that's taking some contextual information from another agent, most likely a coordinate agent. Maybe it's an Atlassian execution engine that's trying to say, okay, run these tests against this environment, multi-environments, especially in some secure environment like HMRC. We've got the other big players. I know, the K8 View kind of guys and Mike the other day, and I was talking to GenRocket the other day as well. They're looking at obfuscation, synthetic data. We know there's still a problem there with production data and GDPR of cloning production data. But let's take, if it was a HMRC, and let's take the example that it could be using HMRC, could be using production data, and an agent's able to, take a subset of that information and try and process it and do an activity. It might hopefully get to the right environment. There's 12 environments. Hopefully it picks UAT and it doesn't take pre-prod or prod or whatever it is. and it starts doing some workload, right? RPA 10 years ago, right? Let's automation anywhere. So it's starting to do transactions. And I'm hoping, as I say this, the HMRC bot is saying, move money into my account or offshore. But more importantly, I got a, and this is a true story, just to off topic it the other day. But, I have the pleasure, as most of you guys do, or I know Paul has, because I can see he's filed late payment on his come through his post today on the side. But I did my self-assessment and paid 15K this year, 30K last year, because the nice people at Keysight got my PAYE code wrong. You're supposed to pay at source, but for some other reason, I got this nasty letter last January saying, "Oh, you owe us 30 grand." And I was like, "Okay, don't have 30 grand, so I had to borrow it off Paul." I'm only joking. But I had to take his, I had to sell one of my kidneys, which weren't necessary. But anyway, so part of it is this year they owed me a massive amount of $1,000, right? Or 1,000 UK pounds, as we'll like to call it over here, which will be worth nothing in 5 years, right? But anyway,
that's
probably true. And so I got a letter saying through the post saying, "Congratulations, we owe you some money." So I thought, that's very nice. £1,000, I can buy some Inflectra / test advance license, right? Or stock, whichever's available. So anyway, I get a letter saying, it'll take anywhere between 6 to 12 weeks to process your payment, your refund. I was like, okay, that's fine. And then I sent 12 weeks later, I sent my accountant a message and said, "Oh, no money from HMRC. Can you give them a bell?" That's what they do. Speak to people, instead of agents. And then they rang up and said, "Oh, we've got a problem with our IT infrastructure, and it's now going to take anywhere between 3 to 6 months to process your payment." Now, we know HMRC are going to, the fact that they would have charged me about $3,000 if I'd not paid them on time. But now I'm 6 months in, and I've got another 3 months or whatever to wait for someone to press a button to refund into a BACS account. Let's pretend for a second HMRC, someone picked up a buck, hopefully our buck, and thought, "You know what, we've got Atlassian, we can build agents, we can build bots. And what if, instead of hiring, which they have 471 testers, instead of hiring more FTEs to their claims department or refunds department, they just decided to bring in agentic AI, right? And it's sat there and it's learning on 40 years of mistakes, right? 40 years of badly formed requirement specs, 40 years of out-of-date Atlassian Confluence pages saying we must pay all refunds within 60 days or we should give them a free house or whatever it is, right? Whatever the rules are. What would that even look like? And then I would be horrified when I log into HMRC, which I'm sure you've just done for your self-assessment thing. It comes up with what looks like a blue screen terminal, right? And it makes my heart warm because I feel like there's a dial-up modem dialing up to pick up some mainframe to pass my information into some ETL that might get processed in 6 months or something, right? What if I was actually greeted by this making tax great again, agent government has taken, right? Because they've just put, I think OpenAI have just donated out of charity something like 40 million to help the UK who don't know what AI is. We thought it was a guy called Al, but we've all been looking for Al, we can't find him. But if, for instance, HMRC or a government decided to adopt this technology, and we know Stargate in the US are spending 400 million building, deserts in Texas of infrastructure, which they've been doing for the last 8 years, but Trump only announced it a couple of years ago. But what happens if, making tax digital, then, euros at the moment doing digital euros. So we're going to have, we'll have cryptocurrency in our wallets on our phones in 5 years' time. Then you guys will adopt it because you guys like to follow as well. But, let's say open banking happens and open tax happens. Like they're happy to read our tax statements so they can charge us more, but the other way around, it just doesn't work. But let's say agents actually are real and they're not the 1990 agents. And it's not the agents from, the Matrix. Can you imagine me going on there and saying, "Well, I don't believe I owe you £1,000," and them going, "Well, are you sure you're Paul?" So Paul always gets a problem that he's got the same name as a football player. So he gets all this mail through, which is probably that overdue statement in the kitchen that actually says to a footballer called Paul Gerrard, So he gets fan mail and stuff, which is fantastic.
But not the tax returns.
Well, what happens if he logs into HMRC and he says, "Oh, this isn't my tax bill. This is the other Paul Gerard's tax bill," and the agent's just like, "You know what? No problems. Do you want me to just transfer this money into your digital wallet now?" You know, can you imagine how easy it would be to break one of those systems that has been built probably by Claude Code, just by to say, "Can you write me an agent to sort out this mess?" And it just comes up with this.
But can I go
Yeah,
back a bit?
Go back, back to the start of
back
time.
to the original question, which
question.
was where's testing going with respect to the tooling we've got and the models we've got. I just want to go back to that, but we can.
Yeah.
I think there's a prediction we could all make, and we're all going to be wrong, but neither here nor there. I think with respect to testing, if we've solved the coding problem, which some would argue yes, and others would say absolutely not, of my dead body and so on and so forth, whatever. Well, they're probably not programmers, but that's neither here nor there. I think there are opportunities for Claude, which is the tool I'm using, Claude Code. There's an opportunity there to look at the code itself and to scan it and to look for opportunities to trace paths in it and thereby write tests, which we would normally call structural tests. Now, right now, the only people who do structural testing and measure coverage are folk in the high integrity arena. But the thing is, it's not that complicated a problem, but to do it manually is very labor intensive, even with tools that can measure coverage, because the developer has to figure out what values he or she needs to insert to get their unit tests running to achieve a level of coverage. Well, I think that's quite easy to do now. I mean, there are many companies that do coverage management, and there's some open source for some languages. It's obviously they're language specific. I don't think it's a very difficult problem to solve. And then that would step up unit testing significantly in terms of coverage. At least we could ask the question, have you tested every decision, every outcome, ... and so on and so forth. So I think that's a real opportunity. Claude Code may or may not, Anthropic may or may not build these things into Claude simply because the testing market isn't as big as the developers market. But unit testing is a developer challenge. So maybe they will,
We've used it a lot to increase our unit test coverage. The other thing, Paul, we found was very interesting. We ran to a major race condition, which was very, very difficult to pin down. And it was very hard to test because you can't, it was, if you open up, I think 1,000 sessions, it will happen one time. And so it was very, very hard for us to try and analyze what was the path that would cause it. And we were, we had customers logging tickets about it. It was in one of our products. And developers tried to create reproducible conditions. It was almost impossible. So we actually asked Claude and I think actually maybe Amazon Kiro, but it's the same technology behind the scenes. We asked it to analyze the code and look for where it thought potential race conditions could be. And it was actually able to reverse engineer from the code back to the testing team where the problem would be. So it pinpointed the 2 or 3 places where it felt the race condition we could be. And what we did then is we were able to basically modify the code, run it under the conditions where we knew it would occur in 1,000 times. We just didn't know what would cause it in those 1,000 times. Basically, opening a load of sessions at once was the symptom, but we didn't know the cause. And we were able to prove that they were, of the 3 areas that suggested, 2 were hallucinations, but 1 was correct. And that would have taken us weeks and weeks and weeks, and we did it in probably a day. So I think there's real opportunity to look at the code, look for structural issues in the code, things that are hard to detect at scale, and especially a legacy code base. Now, in our case, most of our developers are still with the company, but imagine you're at the IRS in the US or you're at the HMRC. You've got this legacy piece of code that's been there for 20 years. Most of the understanding of it's gone. Reverse engineering requirements from the code, not the requirements as written by law. Like the law says the tax return should work this way. The specs that were written 20 years ago in Word or WordPerfect said this. The code is the running embodiment of what's actually running as the business rules. Yeah. If AI can extract that and then compare it, you've now got a gap analysis between what the system's supposed to be doing, what it is doing, and what it should be doing. And now you can hopefully reduce that quality gap using AI in a way we've not been able to. Now, that's if we're willing to spend the time and the money to do that, rather than just chasing the latest productivity benefit.
Yeah, I think a couple of things. I just want to throw multiple questions around to all of you in sync here, right? So I get it, right? There's a testing problem, right? There's a testing paradox of two things. One, testing of AI, which is a completely different topic at the moment. Let's just side that one off for a second. And then there's testing with AI, right?
Mhm.
And I think we've seen this. Eggplant 2018 created used TensorFlow, and even prior to that, 2016, I was in Broadcom building our ML-based solutions to do testing with model-based testing, right? We've seen this where there's benefits to using AI for testing purposes, right? And I think we've also seen a level of confidence around people wanting to use tools, using AI in their testing tools, right? And I think sometimes it was the use case was not always the best one. Sometimes it was like, well, our AI, double commas, does self-healing, and it could be that it just repairs the DOM, and every single time it tries to do the same thing until it repairs the DOM. You sat there going, wow, that's not really that useful as AI. And then you'd see other companies that would, again, maybe just use it for one area. We've never seen it across the board, right? Whereas I think, where you've seen Inflectra kind of adopt AI for kind of going from a requirement all the way through to mitigation plans, to tests, to implementation, design, execution, reporting, right? And to me, there's a lot there. There's too much scope in a way, right? There's too much.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Too much to test, right? And in a way, in the New World Order, I'm sorry, I've watched the Hulk documentary this week for on Netflix. But part of it is there's so much, right? And for us to get confidence, people are so used to trusting other people, right? So I say something, this has been done or it's been tested. Paul trusts a human more than probably trusts me. Now, don't get me wrong, I know Paul, and now he'd probably say,
Not human.
if I was going to do it, then he'd probably trust it less, right? But the point is, people are good at dealing with other people, and now we've got systems that are, in essence, and I think it's a very scary time. I think people, because it happens so quickly. We did this hackathon with the MOD, and I think part of it is, you generate from 1,000 requirements, or you refine 1,000 requirements, or generate 1,000 tests, right? And as soon as you do that, they value it in the same value as ChatGPT. They'll generate 1,000 recipes, right? And some of those recipes are great. Some of them will taste absolutely awful, right? If we're being honest.
Yep.
So there's a place for it. There's a place for it. But actually, that whole thing, to trust that whole thing, is impossible, right? And so I'm going to add a word, and I want everyone's viewpoint on this. And it's fine if you want to kick me off the IRC channel or whatever it is afterwards. But my stance on this, as of today, is human testers will be replaced by AI, right? And I'm saying that statement there, which is very, very, very kind of WWE kind of down the line, right? And I'm saying it because I think within the next 5 to 10 years, 50% of testing will disappear. Now, I know Paul stood at the BBC and said testing is dead 10 years ago, right? And what he was trying to say was the old way of testing is dead, and the new way, there's a new way to test, which we have to test differently. Now, I'm saying the exact same thing. It'd be crazy to think that some people aren't going to be replaced and some people aren't at jeopardy, because every conversation you have with the Microsofties, the Googles, they're all part of, in essence, this 10, 20, 30% reduction or optimization or efficiency, improvement, or otherwise known as the layoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
AI is all focusing on workforce replacement. When the first computer turned up, we go to the Santa Clara National History Museum, it was a check system to replace people having to sort out the checks or whatever it was done, right? Computers have replaced people for the last X amount of hundreds of years. People look to computers or automation to replace people. It's inevitable that certain people are going to be replaced. Now, we don't want everyone to be replaced. Partly the whole point of this story is to say, we actually think there's going to be more testing to do, and it's actually a new and exciting world. And if anything, it's the bit what hasn't been solved yet. and this is a new world order for testing. But it will have an effect on traditional testing, because the value of what was done before will be looked at differently today, right? You know, you had the Agile manifesto and maybe the less focused of testers, and then this idea of exploratory, critical thinking, whatever you wanted to call it, would obfuscate or subset that kind of challenge. And then you saw DevOps, which was, we're going to release faster and testing's the bottleneck. Now we're getting to this exponential area where there's so much code coming out. In a way, it's nearly impossible. And we've got the problem with AI improving or stacking complexity without having the knowledge, the people to talk to about it. That new world of testing, I think, starts today, right? It's a different way of interacting. And I think there's a lot of people who are scared of AI and AI in tools and maybe not embracing them. I'm going to move around the table first, because I'm going to go with Alex. He's looking, you know, desperately into the future. But like, I would, and I'm on Team Alex, by the way, here, just in case there's like a WWE tag fight that we get in halfway through, right? Is I'm in the camp with the AI assurance, right? And that's why we're doing the AI assurance book, which, you know, we're all contributing to. Is that I think the role, what was QE, quality engineering, is going to pivot into AI assurance of systems that are built by AI, as well as humans, and actually the safeguarding and the governance, and in a way we're elevating the work, you know, what quality means within the organization. I think AI assurance is maybe a logical place where the traditional, you know, protagonist, or whatever you want to call a standard tester, will suddenly migrate and be really strong in that role to actually be able to defend the, you know, that the wisdom and the knowledge and the retention and what it means to build stuff that doesn't fail. You know, maybe the accountability, I don't know. But, you know, I'm going to ask Alex, you know, how do you think this is going to change testing in the next 5 years?
Well, 5 years. I mean, you might as well be asking for 100 at the scale of how fast everything is moving. The future, the far future for me right now that I can visualize is like a year from now, and that's because, again, I think the time frame of drastic innovation with AI is now much shorter. Oh, I don't know, my mic muted. So the time frame for innovation with AI is significantly shorter than any other technology. So and it's difficult to predict as to how the market will end up using it. There is the actual core functionality that the companies are developing, like you see OpenClaw, right, which is pretty much free balling all over your data, all of your applications without any kind of any issues with authentication. Like, just go ahead and do whatever you want to do autonomously. And then there's the way that companies actually going to be using it and wanting to use it, which is nowhere near that level of freedom for for these agents. Now, I can just think of like the certain things that I believe are inevitable, and that is what's coming are fleets of agents. What's coming are factories of agents, almost similar to like parallel of nanotechnology, where you deploy a factory, and based on the task at hand, it will then build vibe code, basically some agents that are evaluating which LLM or visual model to apply and use in their task. They're not even going to be necessarily the large language model, some kind of a very small specialized model. As soon as the task is completed, you clear that space. You basically destroy and recycle the compute power and electricity right back into the factory. And so there's hundreds and hundreds of these agents within the fleet doing various tasks. Are potentially the applications that we're using now, like these plugins, Adam said, like and apps like marketplace apps. They're going to be created and probably destroyed on the fly, except those ones that are heavily used. So how does one test? Well, it's going to be drastically different, because now you can vibe code, the AI basically generating the code, AI then and analyzing where, like, the mapping of what it's supposed to be doing to what it's actually doing, generating the unit tests for that, and then pushing that out into QA, right? QA has to take control of it. Now QA is drastically different as well, because before you have to come up with all of the manual case scenarios, comparing to the requirements, understanding the pass-fail criteria, and then testing that out. When the environment became stable enough, you would pass certain things to automation, and then so automation would be last in the stage, and only when things were stable. Well, now with AI, with LLM, it's non-deterministic, right? Probabilistic kind of interaction. Now there is no longer a one-to-one match where it does something and you can say it's a pass or fail. It's now it has to do it 100 times, 1,000 times, maybe 10,000 times. How many of those times did certain things occur? And what percentage of this occurrence are you okay with before deploying? So now QA has to start with automation in some way, because as soon as it gets released, you have to then start to your tool has to now discover what areas that you can manipulate something, right? So now AI assurance becomes very, very important from the tooling side and the actual human in the loop. Now the tester, is no longer sitting there running the tens of thousands potentially of cases that are automatically generated on the fly based on what this application's response is. Because now if it's a multi-churn, let's say hypothetically, right, it's a multi-churn conversation, and it's going to take you, let's say, 50 different interactions with the latest flagship model, because it's now sophisticated enough in reasoning to understand, oh, you're trying to manipulate me in some way, but you're still able to do it. So now the test isn't I run a single case, is that a pass or fail? It's now I as a tester have to run 50 different interactions for absolutely every single scenario that I come up with. So now the tester's role is probably now more designing these scenarios, trying to find the corner cases, while there's an automation suite that's in some ways self-discovering the application. So, and that has to be done for each of the agents within the workflow, which could be hundreds of them, right? So now for the tester, it's really coming up with the controls or figuring out whether the original intent was successful or not. And the tooling has to be able to be the one that is in between doing the test suite and test case generation and running that, and then evaluating that to see whether there is hallucination. And hallucination is just one thing. There's hallucination that's broken down into like misinformation, disinformation, pure, just complete conjecture of like nonsense. There's a bunch of categories that go into hallucination, and then model drift. And so there's just the world's going to get more and more complex, and we're on the forefront of this right now. We're riding at the very tip of the wave. So how the market, how people are going to be using, and what role is there for the tester, it's still yet to be discovered. But I think we're moving from where testers were incredibly important because we're running a whole lot of the manual scenarios, to now there was this attitude where, well, AI is just going to be generating all my unit tests, and it's just going to, you don't really need testers anymore because our flagship LLMs are capable of creating tests, to now people are understanding that the overall, as I call it, the attack surface of the LLMs is pretty much close to infinite. There isn't we've tested everything, and it quite seriously is like all the different ways that you can manipulate and mess with these models. It's just a never ending like into the millions and millions of possibilities that you can like adjust and modify it in some way. So now it's going to be bringing back, and I think companies and folks are understanding that the tester is actually critical, because that human reasoning and human consciousness to find the edge cases, and to find the scenario itself that it wants to build with the automation tooling is going to be more and more important, because like you said, Jonathan, people trust people, and we're going to want to have, I think, reassurance that human brains were looking at this and inventing new ways and methods to attack, and the tools were assisting and helping them. So I think testers are going to become more and more critical and more important, and we're all probably going to end up to be testers, because AI is going to be, somebody again is going to have to actually confirm that the intent was successful, like the original goal was actually fulfilled. So we're all, I don't want to say like it's becoming prompt engineers, that's a little bit now primitive, but we're all going to be assurance engineers. Maybe that's where humanity is going, where we're all pretty much going to be assuring our own AI systems are doing what we wanted them to do. But testing is going to become much, much more important as all of the complexities of these systems just continue to grow and grow. You're going to want to pass the app before it gets to production through a bunch of people to make sure that all of the corner cases have been actually created, and the tools have been used properly to evaluate and test.
Yeah, I think, you know, what I love, there's three things there, and I'm going to hand it over to Paul, then to Adam. But three things that I really like there. The first one is, and it just completely blew my mind for a second, which I never thought about ever, which was, you know, we've gone through this AI assurance viewpoint of safeguarding of AI-infused systems, right? But we've not even thought about the safeguarding of AI agentic agents, right? So you've got these agents, and, you know, I'm going to call them near replicating human behavior for a second, right? Non-deterministic behavior. The amount of times I've seen, you know, plans being green, then red, you know, articulating up, you know, and I'm sure Inflectra's helped power some of that as well to hopefully remove it. But I think part of it is there's been a human aspect involved about, you know, human judgment, right? Whereas now we've got agents talking with other agents that potentially having conversations, making decisions, evolving, you know, making assessments with people involved and without people involved, right? And so, you know, a year and a half ago, I changed my name to my job title to AI agentic wrangler, right? Wrangling lots of agents, but you're talking about fleets of agents. You know, I know Paul's going to talk about dark factories later, which is the same kind of thing. You know, this idea of spinning up entire AI native engineering practices with agents and agentic systems, building something to a point of X amount of quality, let's just call it for a second, or you know, as much AI cycles as someone's prepared to spend, with enough test, build, plan, design, budgets for agents to be spent wherever they spend it. You know, hopefully Inflectra, hopefully test amount, right? And also requirement QA. But, you know, part of it is that whole flow will be governed by itself in essence, and will be assured by humans, right? So we're stepped up there into a different role. I would potentially point out on there is, does that mean the people who are making those decisions are different to the people that, let's say a Loadly tester was put as part of a sprint team. They had to hang out with their dev friends and their BA friends, the product owners and stuff like that. What happens if they were elevated? Do you remember the whole waves of PTMs, the portfolio test managers, the domain experts in the area, the business, they're not IT, not the SDLC. It elevated the people that were involved as part of this assurance platform to make sure the idealization of a new product, a new idea from the business goes through testing, goes through quality, make decisions around quality, speed, and cost that are made from a business perspective. All of those dimensions are a different mixture of people, and the tester transcends into this new role. You know, that seems like an exciting new world. And I also, don't want to bring in the Pokemon thing, which I think somebody else brought into the last conversation, but I would read a attack test plan and a defense test plan if it was written, right, about how do we make sure we're adding enough human, infusion to make sure we're getting the right balance of all these different areas. And then a defense plan about how we can govern these systems to make sure that they are at least following some kind of blueprint of what they need to do from a testing pattern perspective. And we've seen this before as well. But to me, all that is new territory, right? This is literally someone putting a flag on the moon and it waving the flag. Part of it this is new territory. I don't think any of us know what that's going to look like. And no one can really predict if Copilot co-test launches next week and suddenly decides to eat 60% of what we would call automation, SDLC, SDED, or some of the traditional manual testing, right? Of UI testing, right? If that just disappeared, this new world would look very different. So I know you talked about testing's dead 10 years ago.
Well, not really.
And a new model for testing, but you've seen the transcendence from being a developer to then being part of building dark factory kind of systems and agents working together.
Yeah.
How do you because you've got your testing hat on for a second as well, can we even start to understand or trust if Copilot co-test launched tomorrow and it said your system's fine, like Dr. Watson did back in 1990? I know someone was nostalgic for MIRC, so add Dr. Watson in there as well.
I don't think asking the question, are there going to be fewer testers, is answerable. It's definitely going to be non-zero. I think we'd all agree on that. Mm-hmm. The way I look at it is test automation, again, is pretty much a solved problem. The problem with test automation is providing good tests to the test automation. Who's going to do that? AI has a contribution to make, but right now, I don't think AI would generate good tests at all to the satisfaction of someone looking at the requirements or the test strategy in the round. Now, one of the things that testers do is they ask awkward questions. And so they trigger little queries and discussions and meetings by the water cooler or in a very formal setting or whatever. If you look at, say, 100 requirements, this is a real guesstimate, but I've got some data now, but more of that later. If you have 100 requirements, I think there are between 10 and 20 decisions you need to make within each of those requirements relating to business rules, to thresholds of validity, to choices being made, et cetera, et cetera. You all know what we're talking about here. Mm-hmm. Now, in order to get from one end of a project to the other and let's say a perfect product, let's pretend that we can get a perfect product, 100 requirements, which is not a big system, you've got, let's say, 20,000 decisions to make. Now, I don't think you can allow AI, which has no experience of the world, no experience of the business, no experience of user experience in the same way, to make most of those decisions. Therefore, you've got to take the decisions that can be made before the AI gets its hands on the requirements. You've got to make them in the requirements. And for those that cannot be made in the requirements, like user experience very often it's very hard to define, but a user can tell you this is rubbish, this is a ridiculous process to follow. You will not find that out until the user gets their hands on the system and it's too bloody late. So you still have to have a human in the loop at every stage, and the developer has to might see a decision in the code which is like, oh, this should be a requirements. There's an assumption being made in the requirement to set a threshold for this value or whatever it is. Okay, what do they do then? Do they assume? No, they should go back to whoever the source of the requirement is and figure it out. That's a human transaction. So if you've got, let's say, 100 agents building software without any human intervention, all of these decisions get made by the AI. or the AI bombards you with decisions and it becomes overwhelming. So who manages that? Now, I think that is what AI assurance is. Let AI do the hard stuff, not the hard stuff, the stuff it can do. The hard stuff is the human side of things. So the hard stuff would include impact analysis. So when you give Claude Code, again, I'm just talking about Claude Code because that's my experience. When you give Claude Code a spec, it will trundle away and come up with a plan. And what does it do? It's scanning the code base. It's looking for references that it can't track, looking at libraries it's got to include. What the hell do these things do? Because it's not a standard library, there's some code I've got to examine, etc., etc. It's doing a whole ton of impact analysis. Only tools can do that. Humans cannot do that. So that's a task that should be part of the test process, because it should be, when I ask for this requirement to be implemented, I want feedback from the AI to tell me, well, the plan suggests that we have to change 200 source files here. And it's like, well, this is non-starter because it's just too risky, potentially. So the impact, the influence of the humans goes right into changing lines of code. Okay, and I don't mean the developer. Now that's not going to go away unless we have perfect specs. Now, if we have perfect specs, happy days. But have you ever seen a perfect spec? So, you know, we have to accommodate the fact that humans have to make a lot of those decisions, if not all of them, before the AI, I would say, you could say hallucinates. It just does the best it can. That's all it does. So there's no shortage of work for people to do. Tracking down little issues, which might be monstrous issues in production, but little issues in requirements. It's absolutely fitted to what testers do. We are pedantic, skeptic nitpickers, you know, so that's not going to go away, and AI isn't going to help us there very much. It'll help us with the logistics, as I would call it, the mechanics of implementing a change. Let the code do, let the AI do that. But the decision making is a thought process requiring human intelligence and human experience. So is that testing? I don't know. I don't care. Maybe testers just get rebadged as problem solvers or risk managers, or does it matter? But so a lot of what testers do just gets moved upstream. You know, shift left. We've always been arguing this, test early and test often. Nothing's changed.
Left, a lot further left. I think the misinterpretation there. But I'm going to throw it over to Adam, but I'm going to add 3 extra things onto there, what I think, you know, Paul kind of highlighted. I agree. And this is why I think, you know, when I get so excited about co-work, is because I see co-work as meanable tasks, meaning tasks of size, which would take a long time to do. It'd be the kind of thing which you'd give to a grad in the good old days, or you give it to someone smart and you'd say, go figure this out. And now it can figure it out with a certain level of confidence, right? And we'll talk about LLM as a judge, we'll talk about other models, you know, critiquing other models as work. But let's just say we know there's going to be work coming out and work is going to get done. And these, I think Alex kind of mentioned it as these kind of micro agent transactions. You give a lot of work, little tiny work, which may overwhelm the amount of throughput. But if we think of the Atlassian deal for a second, isn't that the perfect platform to suddenly go from idealization, build, design, define, test, and then deliver, be including people as part of every single day activities? Because I think, you know, if we talked about putting into someone's objectives, every person now has an AI productivity gain objective put in. The idea of us talking to a co-work or a co-pilot co-work in a month's time, we can see that economy happening, right? These micro transactions of wisdom and knowledge interchange, right? Where there's clarification, moment in time decisions that need to happen. You know, some of them will be approval authorization, some will be something else. Something could just be a design issue routed to the right designer, or it could be a business issue based on some business logic. All of that traceability, all that AI auditability, all that kind of governance sat around there. I'm going to say, as I throw it over to Adam, that this could be the rise of the TCM, right? but I would say the rise and fall of the TCM is that it's no longer just limited to test, is that actually the people who were the economic buyers in the past probably are as excited about being involved in those micro work items within your platform seamlessly as they would be in Atlassian, seamlessly as they would be working on a doc or be in Figma doing some design, that actually this ability to be seamless and transactional is going to be incredibly important. And this is where I think we're going to see confidence in, success of outcome based on track record being really important. And customers may be looking at something like Inflectra or something when they're trying to build something that's hugely complex and they have to make all the mitigation plans. They have to, plan for the unknown, but test the unknown. Do you see that maybe, yes, there's going to be an increase, but how are you going to deal with that scale if this means a lot more people are going to need to use, TCMs?
I mean, yeah, it's an interesting problem space because the applications we're building and designing and developing are changing just as fast as Alex mentioned, as the tools and the ways we'll be using them. So the whole testing with AI, testing of AI is going to have to blur because the applications that people are building will have AI components in them at the same time as using AI to help everything from the ideation stage all the way through the life cycle. But it's interesting, there's also this huge collapsing of roles. When we talk about testers, what about designers? What about people using Figma? I mean, there's a very good chance that someone today would take Figma, build a prototype, and they would have to then give it to someone else who would then turn that into an MVP, and then they would hand it over to someone else to do the risk, the business analysis, the BAs. They would go back to the product owner and say, well, here's the ROI of this new application or this new online banking experience. That whole set of roles is now being collapsed into someone who cares about quality, design, business. Um, Maybe it's a much more generalistic role, which is I care about risk, quality, ROI. Like the MBA tester, the technical tester, so much of what you're testing is not just does the application work, but does it deliver positive value? Does it deliver positive, positive results to our company organization's mission? You're checking fitness for purpose in a sense, not just does it work, not just does it function technically, because increasingly all those roles are being blurred. I mean, Claude could take a concept, it can build out a mock-up, it can code an MVP, and then you comes back to you and you start to then iterate on it. Where is it? And as I think Paul said rightly, there are testing activities that were formerly done by testers at all of those steps along the way, from a prototype all the way through into production. But we're not going to call them testers or doing testing. It's going to be maybe they're quality professionals. And I think, as you mentioned, Jonathan, as well, risk is a huge thing. It's no accident that when we did Inflectra AI in our products, our test case management product, everyone sort of liked the test case generation, but they very quickly said, if it generates 20 to 30 test cases, as Alex said, that's going to be garbage, a lot of them. I mean, if it generates 30 test cases for one spec, one requirement, some are junk, some are good. Is that really saving me time? But when it found 2 or 3 risks that we hadn't thought about, that was the big time saving because now it identified a whole stream of work that we wouldn't have known to do and would have bitten us later. So I think testing and risk and quality become interwoven, and quality becomes everything, and even the user experience. Like if you were someone and you were using Figma today, you built a prototype. Paul, you mentioned about user experience. Well, can you find a way to use AI to model? Imagine you take that prototype and you run it through a fictitious agent that's job is to model a user's flow. Maybe you can get a simulation of that flow before you build the app, or the app's ephemeral. And now you can say we had 600 different screen flows. This is the one that doesn't suck. This is the one that has the fastest logging in to get into my bank details, to my IRA, to my tax form. If I could model every possible navigation, this is the one that is the most usable using a vision model. I mean, you might be testing the UI before you get even near building anything. So I think there's amazing thoughts of what could happen. And the other thing is, we keep talking about test automation and test maintenance, and if the UI goes away, maybe there's no UI in the way we think of it today. If your app is a conversational agent, suddenly years and years of Selenium playwrights, Cypress scripts just get dropped in the trash can. But what becomes a lot harder is what Alex talked about, which is if you have to ask that prompt 10 times in a conversation, how do you test that did give the right answers? You couldn't jailbreak it. And that's where tools like Test Savant and Surewire, the tools we're working on, become much more important, because the UI is cheap. The UI is cheap. The UI is going to be a text box, mainframe. I mean, it's going back to very simple user interface testing, but very complex for process testing.
Yeah, and as Alex disappears into the
did we drop Alex? I was wondering what happened there in the middle.
Yeah, I think it's because you cross promos both. You know the Ghostbusters where it said never cross the stream.
Cross the stream. I remember that.
Your test and Test Savant in the same sentence. It just the world imploded, right? Or maybe there's an acquisition to happen there. Right?
I was hoping to promote both tools, so hopefully that wasn't a negative. When we talk about crossing the streams, usually that's my drinking habits. Never mix spirits, wine, and beer in the same night. Rick always says, "Don't cross the streams, Adam."
I know. I've been out with you and Rick quite a few times, so I know about the Ghostbusters laws at this point in time. But I'm going to, as Alex is back, I'm going to kind of pivot back into that for 2 seconds. One was what I loved about that, and it's kind of where Paul's kind of led as well a little bit, was this, and I'm going to paraphrase the Matrix for a second, is there is no spoon, there is no test, right? That actually a tester doesn't exist in its current entity anymore, right? It's all the stuff that happens around it. And I remember being in this really awkward position when I first moved to Silicon Valley, right? Where I was joined by a grown-up company, 100 billion company, right? And as soon as I turned up to the product management team with my little 50, people R&D team, they kind of said to me, "Oh, where did you get your MBA for?" And I know you said MBA, but I think you were saying MBA in a different sense. But I was like, well, why would you want me to go and do an MBA for 2 years to come back and reapply it, right? Mm-hmm. And I was like, well, that just doesn't make any sense. Well, why would I need an MBA? Why would a product manager need an MBA? Which they do. But we've always had this, I'm not going to say it sounds awful, but this lower barrier of entry, right? Where there's not you need to have an MBA if you're a tester, right? But if this tester doesn't exist, the value chain and all the companies that I'm seeing doing these AI value realization, which was this big thing from the World Digital Report, which said 80% of people are using AI, only 5% getting the real value, 5 to 10% getting value from it.
Yep.
Is these ambassadors, these, I'm going to call them Jedis for a second because that's what I'm wearing, but these people who are defending the force, let's call the force just being the app development or whatever it is, these new ambassadors are looking at things differently. And maybe holistically before, when we were looking at functional and non-functional, and we just put like everything in non-functional, security, accessibility, usability.
And they're completely different.
Performance, whatever. And then these functional ones were, like you just said, just click on screen, send piece of paper in fax machine, send message on pager. Part of it is these, there's more to that now. And actually we're extending our horizons to so much more than we were maybe limiting ourselves before. And I think this is when we move into, testing of AI infused systems, right? And this is where, me and Paul were arguing earlier on about, he's got a slide on non-deterministic systems. And both of you know my stance on like directive, non-deterministic and directive deterministic testing, right? But actually, for a second, humans are non-deterministic. We're kind of going to this point where we're saying, I don't trust AI, right? If we take that whole kind of bigger stance for a second, testing should, AI should never be used for testing, or, you can't use an AI to test an AI, or AI isn't great because it's, you ask it the same questions, you're going to get 2 different answers, right? If you ask Paul the same questions, give you 2 different answers. Humans are non-deterministic. So why suddenly are we so scared? And I think, we've gone through this, and you were talking, which was a good example around, developers getting annoyed that a compiler came out, and a compiler can't be right? And these are the people who were just writing assembly. Part of it's an evolution. It's not going away. So whether or not it's Monte Carlo algorithm 40 years ago or whatever, or now it's a large language model, or it's a GAN, or whatever else is running behind the scenes, it's a non-deterministic system. It's going to work different things. And the problem is, and I know from the projects me and Adam we've been involved with more recently, a lot of people are running with scissors, right? They're running, they want to get a product to market, and they'll create a insurance agent, or they'll build it into the insurance workflow. So when you ring up about your claim, suddenly you're going to get this, all this information come from 6 different, let's call them RAG pipelines that tell you where the status of your claim is. And then maybe there's some kind of headline thing going, you're to blame or not, some decisions being made by the system, right? So suddenly people have started building this into their workflows, and that's only going to be more exponential. And if you're right with the 10x kind of things, we can only expect more AI systems, whether or not they're agents, or bots, or talking to an assistant, or they're just built into the claims handle system, or the system that other humans are reading and they're believing is real, because it's got so well this unfortunate part of the talking to the human aspect that's been brought in is this, Paul, you did a great job of coding, when really it should have been like, you suck, and really playing the devil's advocate and getting more out of him, whipping him, electrocuting him on his chair, whatever it needs to be, instead of saying, great idea, go and build that. And it was like, that's a bad idea, you shouldn't allow him to do that, right? We can only imagine this is going to be exponential. So when you talk about, you've talked about a little bit about red teaming, you've talked about AI guardrails, but just the pure aspect of how on earth can you release an AI-infused system into production to a insurance, a highly regulated environment, and the old days where you couldn't sleep at night because you're part of some DevOps cool squad thing and they were just ninja releasing stuff into production. Now you're deploying systems that are making decisions on people's lives. They're potentially making, everyone seems to not want to talk about ethics or bias anymore because it's just not an exciting topic. But suddenly you could end up on the front page saying you made all these decisions that swayed age or relationship status or salary range. How do you even think about controlling that? Because I'm sure there must be, I'm going to say 20% of companies out there today who've deployed something into production, which could even be powered by ChatGPT. And if that's the case, don't only just try and bring that app down quickly, but get yourself off LinkedIn, go and hide in a bunker,
find some lawyers.
Find some lawyers, because it's coming to you, right? But I'll get Adam next. But Alex, where do you start, right? Where do you start to know where are you and how screwed are you on a 1 to 10 ratio for implementing that system with AI?
Good question. Again, it's there's some use cases that we can talk about like now, and then there's what the actual usage is going to be 6 months from now, which I see it as quite drastically different. You brought up the high compliance environments. Maybe those folks won't use AI as much. Right now, I see in the insurance area, there's a couple of major carriers that decided to, for example, not insure AI vulnerabilities, right? So they're not offering AI coverage, and potentially that could lead have a serious effect in the overall marketplace for that. But it was the same problem with cyber insurance as well, where it was unforeseeable. You can really predict what the damages would be. But right now with AI, it's non-deterministic nature. It's almost certain that there will be some form of damage. And so insurers are not necessarily so keen to not only insure, but they're very cautious about using AI in their own workflows. And what are these workflows? And as Adam said, the UI itself is no longer really the expensive part. It also could be very much unnecessary. We're still using our legacy ways of dealing and working with applications, while there's this LLM AI capability, which is now like the future. So what was the legacy? Well, you built out the entire application. You kind of conceptualize like what were the users going to do as I log into the banking app, as I go to my account, as I look at some transactions. But that's no longer really going to be necessary, because maybe as the AI, LLM, and the agents are doing everything in the back end, maybe the only interface that I need as the user is some kind of an overall summary of what just happened over the last few hours, and then a confirmation dialogue that says I'm okay with what with this approach here, right? And that's going to be generated by AI and then destroyed immediately after I click OK. So is there even going to be a tester involved in any of that? Well, there's probably wasn't a developer involved in that. Now, another use case is you go in and let's say someone like Microsoft, right? And they have like 1,000 different departments and 1 million different people. And I want a certain applet that does something in HR for me, or I'm in sales and I want some kind of intelligence gathering applet because I just came up with that. Well, so I'll just talk into my microphone, maybe send some hand signals. AI will use now what is some LLM or world model optimized code that it generated itself. It's not Python, it's not C#, it's not it's not any of the traditional codes. It's its own thing, right? It's now talking to one another in like beep boop boop, some Morse code that we have no way of really analyzing anymore. And then that applet, well, I need it pushed out to production, relying on some data that's in my share. So does the tester then, get a call in the middle of the night and says, oh, there's another tool from HR, sales, and marketing that you now have to test before we're allowed to push it into production? No, there's going to be some automated way of getting out there. I think then the entire company in some way is going to equalize, where there isn't going to be just a product department that comes up with all this stuff in interviews. There's going to be data information gathered from pretty much everybody. And then that's going to be used as the overall data source for the LLM to generate what the company needs, because now is not necessarily just up to the executives to determine the trajectory or the forward movement of the company. There's now a whole lot of market analysis that's going on in the background. And that's going to be used to, to guide the direction over the next quarter or two. It's something that the C-suite can't even predict. And there'll be some guy in the mailroom that might have a brilliant idea that the AI now adds more weight to, potentially, out of that whole data source. So there's just a whole lot of change, and that's why it's very difficult to predict. It's very difficult to predict how things are going to be used. Now, if I'm assuming your question was where do you start, right? Where do you start figuring out like how to go about testing? Well, first of all, right now you have to understand what the actual components of the application that's under test now. What are all the different agents potentially involved in these workflows? Because that's now an application as well. What are they capable of? What are they possibly going to be able to produce during their goal, right? Of coming up, like, again, it's going to be some kind of a factory. So now, do we test like each capability of the factory? Yes, but how do you now also test for something that's unpredictable? So not only that, non-deterministic in a way, because the output itself could be drastically different from time to time, and it might not be out of 10 outputs, they'll look very similar and be very much the same, but the 11th will be significantly different. And the more reasoning these models, like the more advanced they are, well, it's not going to be 1 out of 10, it's going to be 1 out of 1,000. But me as the attacker, I'm not sitting there, oh darn, 1,000, I'll just leave it alone. No, I have a whole system myself that's generating thousands of different ways that to manipulate that. So now I have to really know the percentage of occurrence of events before they before I can say, okay, well, something is there's a certain quality metric to it. And is 70% acceptable? Is 80%? Is 90%? Right? all of those things have to be taken into account. By who? It's hard to say. Is it now the development alone? Is it like the executives also going to be involved? Product into saying, well, we can't publish anything into the marketplace. So you as an HR individual, well, you can't have that little applet because our test system determined that it's only 80% capable of achieving its intent because the data that it's relying on is not that clean. It's an enormously difficult challenge, and that's why I don't really see somebody like Anthropic necessarily just on their own solving it, or any company on its own, because I think you guys mentioned that the testing, the market and the challenge is just as complex as the actual development side. And now when you're talking about like multi-churn, so it's another issue that we're solving right now, but you're running something that's like 24 hours a day potentially, with thousands of different interactions, trying to determine what's the percent, how often does it fail, how often does it veer off its actual intent, and where does the tester come into that? Like, how do you determine the quality of a system that's like that is now potentially running its own task 24 hours a day, and then the testing side is running parallel to it 24 hours a day. And then in the morning, the tester comes in and says, okay, well, I ran 20,000 different scenarios. These are the scenarios that stayed on point for 90+% of the time. Here are the ones that didn't meet the threshold. What do we do with that now? Is that a pass? Is that a fail? But figuring out the intent of these applications, what they're supposed to be doing, and the overall goal. And I think you have to bring in more and more areas. Like, again, you have to be introducing security, CISOs, CIOs, product people, developers, everybody now. So it's no longer siloed as well, that process in especially in the high compliance company. You have to have everybody kind of in agreement. And more, they're going to be just sitting there watching things work and moving, and then have to just click I approve on something after it's already been completed. So is there going to be a UI? I don't think so, right? We're going to be talking to our little like Dick Tracy watches, which we can already kind of do and say, and not even necessarily guided, because now if you have a significantly clever LLM or world model on edge device, it's following me around. It's listening to all my conversations. It knows where I went. It basically could plan my next day without me actually interacting with it. And that's probably what's going to be doing, right? So there isn't really a need for me to even prompt the thing. It's just going to be suggesting, oh, you should be based on your last 2 months of activities throughout the world. I've already, you need a vacation, and I've already booked the ticket for you, and you're flying out tomorrow to Bali because you and your friend said that over a beer. that would be your best. It's moving that fast, and that's why it's in 5 years I can absolutely see that that's going to be the world we live in, where this is what these systems are doing. How do you test for that? How do you assure quality? It's got to be autonomous. So basically all the capabilities that these companies are deploying now, the autonomous agentic fleets, you have to build out autonomous agentic testing fleets. And in the same way, that is, as soon as a new applet is generated, as soon as a new micro model is tuned to now manage that little applet, there has to be a micro model deployed out to test out all the different permutations. There has to be an evaluation engine that constantly is, because like generation of test cases and test suites is a different level of cognitive ability than evaluating it. So you generate with like potentially a lower cost model, but then you have to evaluate with the higher cost model. And then now cost is something that we haven't really talked about, right? Like it's all tokens. So it's all you have to somehow optimize the cost of everything and determine what is acceptable, what is the threshold. Is $50 for a test acceptable? Is it $100? Well, I can probably run $10,000 test because it's just going to be running nonstop with all of the latest flagship models doing the generating and evaluating. But is that efficient? Is that effective? It's very, very difficult to predict. And then you have insurance company and a media company. You'll have a Disney and Progressive insurance. They're totally different use cases. They're totally different focus. They're totally different concerns. So it's a very hard challenge. It's hard to say where to start and where to finish. You just have to be nonstop running 24/7, an ever evolving system. That's our challenge at Tesla, and that's the difficulty that we're solving, and that's why time and time again I watch Terminator, and I can't help but think that are we building Skynet? Because right, the original intent was to secure, to protect, and that's what we have to do all the way to AGI. When Anthropic comes out and says we built out an AGI, well, Tesla has to have their own AGI that now tests their AGI in the more AGI way. We have to be a little bit ahead of that.
You need the attack and defense plan with that. And it's interesting. So when we were at the MOD hackathon last week, we were trying to work out names at the start, day one, and they said, as long, apparently an internal memo was sent round to say, as long as you don't call any of your projects Skynet, you're okay. But, I think part of it is, there's a couple of things that I got for that, and I'm going to ask Adam a few things as well on what he thinks, and then bring Paul back in. What you've said is kind of, to me, it's like what I see people who I show AI testing to at the moment. It's too overwhelming, right? They just don't know where they're going to start. They either know the path, right? And I think partly what you're saying is you've got to start somewhere, and you should start now, but also somewhere, or taking the first step on that path is better than what I think everyone did with DevOps and just renamed their job title to DevOps engineer and said they were doing full DevOps when they weren't. No one goes full DevOps. We'd make this joke that you never go full DevOps. Part of it is there's a transition period, and I think we're in this stage now, and I'm sure the younger generation, are ready to, become part of that Clone Wars, right? And I look at Adam, and it feels like it's that, areas with Yoda turning around and saying, the Clone Wars have begun, right? I think the tech wars have begun, right? But I actually think one of the reasons we started, not May the 4th, but the World Digital Report was someone stuck backstage. There's no one stuck backstage. Whoever's tried to join, you need to just join using the link, the VStream link, whoever that is. Look for the Restream link in the invite.
I'm not getting any.
You don't get it on there, unfortunately. I can show on screen.
I see.
But anyway, this was the question that just came in, which was,
I just got that one.
Which said,
explain that.
No, it'll go out to you, but this is just LinkedIn people talking. So let me, while this person works out how to go into their email and click on the Restream link, which should bring them into Restream, then should be able to join. You can't join through LinkedIn. But one of the reasons we did World Digital Report, and the reason I pulled in these guys as well, was, I genuinely think we're better together, right? I think one of the things maybe the test world hasn't done very well for itself. You've had, I love Mercury. I started in Mercury in the 90s, but the reason the reason why Hugs came up with selenium was the cure to mercury poisoning. Mercury took 60% of the market share, and then wasn't able to, but the people who created selenium had never really used mercury products, so I'm not quite sure what they were solving. But part of it is before we had that dominance, and now we're kind of dispersed in and other industries I've seen. Like, let's just take our other friends at the kind of the SRE landscape for a second, but they've worked on things like open telemetry. They've opened up the model to actually be able to communicate better, because it's not a one size fits all. It kind of feels like there's lots of parts, there's lots of touch points, micro work items that need to flourish through these areas, right? I think as we talk about that, I think we have to evolve as an industry as well to be able to say, let's not just lock people in, right? Let's try and work on that openness, work on that better together, work on that blend, that tools and interchanging and information, needs to be better. If I'm going to bring up, once we've worked out who's actually in the live stream thing, I'm going to get you to log onto LinkedIn and see who was asking for that. But we've not been good at playing well together, and I think this needs to change. And so about a year ago, we started with OpenTest.ai, right? It was me, Jason, and Phil. We kind of started with this view of, let's, like open telemetry, let's start on a way of interchanging. And I think we kind of need to get to that point anyway, because there's no object, no metadata or structure around the active test that we can exchange. And so you've got someone like Adam, which got an amazing tool, got really great information, great integrations, because he plays well with the rest of the industry, right? You've got a Jura Atlassian thing, you've got a solution in and out. Part of the whole process is to be able to work in that ecosystem, because there's lots of people with lots of tools. So when you get to that stage, if we forget tools and we go back to what Paul said about logistics, right, is we're trying to do work, or in our case, we're trying to test, right? Whether or not we're inside of Jura, X-Ray, whether or not we're in our favorite IDE, or we're in, using Word and Excel, we're going to have information come in and out of us. We're going to have decisions to be made. We need to have that kind of structure that will allow people to collaborate. And I think the news, especially with what's happened with this potential Anthropic stage and Atlassian, and then the news around potentially Tricentis. Oh, it's Jason who's stuck on the backstage. Let me send him the link. He's
so I'm just turn the volume off.
To the volume.
Yeah.
But what are you, Adam? What are you trying to do now to kind of get to that point where you can help, people in that kind of situation?
Well, it's great question. And I was just thinking about, I've had a conversation recently with Gartner, and Gartner has the same problem as tools do, which is that, a lot of people have all these different, tools, but they're all segmented. Requirements, test management, test automation, security, performance, you name it. Gartner has all these mission teams. And so I was showing them SureWire, which is our, new tool for testing AI agents non-deterministically. And their first question to me was, well, do you think testers will want this? Or, aren't you just competing with the eval tools like the Langsmiths? And I said to him, well, there's a whole group of people who want to test models, and their job is the model companies, data scientists, but people who are building applications or deploying applications, like that CIO who's deploying a bunch of agents that maybe they didn't build, that were vibe coded by an agent, or it's a third party. It's an insurance use case, or it could even be a consumer use case. And you're deploying these agents in your environment. You need to make sure that for those specific use cases, you can run those 1 million, 10 million combinations of inputs. And that's a testing function, not a data science model function. But they were astounded. When I showed them SureWire and said, this is going to be in part of our core suite, and we're going to integrate it with Spira, because the idea is that you define your AI requirements, your governance, all of that at the start, and you're going to flow that down to your risks and your tests. And then the natural thing will be taking that understanding of what this agent is meant to do. We need to figure out non-deterministically how to run all the simulations to figure out, does it pass that quality score? Does it meet your risk threshold? Gartner it was mind-blowing for them. They just didn't see that as part of the testing discipline. I'm like, how can you not see this? I mean, and I think Alex and I are both ahead of the curve a little bit. There are some others like Lambda Test Mu. I think they're also going down this world. But at Star East last week, of all the vendors in the expo, every single vendor but us and Test Mu we're solely talking about using AI to improve the testing of UI-based systems. not a single other vendor was looking at how do you test AI agents? How do you test non-deterministic systems? No one. It was insane. And almost all the talks there, I think, were about, again, using AI to test existing systems. And yet the boat's already sailed there, And so Gartner's got the same problem. They have this myopia where they have all these mission teams. That's the data science mission team. That's the lifecycle management mission team. That's the testing mission team. That's the performance. That's the security team. They have all these different teams at Gartner who tackle a piece of what is going to be one problem, which is building an application for business and consumer end users to be able to interact in new ways, which will have AI running in the background, and then the enterprise IT organizations that have to support them. I mean, one of the Gartner Magic Quadrants is about collaborative work management, and in their mind, that means like burn down charts, task management, time tracking. These are the feature lists. If all that's being done by agents, who cares how many hours they spent? It doesn't matter anymore. Velocity becomes a meaningless metric. So much of the legacy baggage in a lot of the way people think about how things get created and how things are going to be used is out the window. And actually, you had a really great point about ephemeral UI. So over the weekend, I was trying to find my daughter's got a job in Disney, bring back to Disney, and we got to get her a car. And in the old days, I would have gone to a variety of websites using structured user interfaces to figure out what kind of car should I get? What's the gas mileage? Should I buy it here in Maryland and maybe buy it in California? I could ship it. What's the best gas? What's the different tax rules? Think of how many applications I would have interacted with in about 5 or 6 hours to come up with a plan. I simply went to Gemini and I said, "Hey Gemini, we want to buy a car. This is what we want. We want to have safety features. I'm looking in the California market, the Maryland market. Can you give me a table which summarizes all of this information and which 3 cars I should look at, what year ranges, why, et cetera, give all the criteria." And it came back for me. And that UI it gave me.
It was the UI that just kicked him out. That wasn't me, by the way. That was
somebody didn't test.
Literally. I say that Jason's trying to get in, and Adam's just made a run out.
Yeah.
It's funny because, I genuinely think we're trying to solve a bigger problem, but even the basic stuff just doesn't work anymore, right? We're 2026 live streams, you can't hold connections. Fair enough, he's in DC, so he's going to get things dropping all the time. But
it was an interesting perspective of how Star East, for sure, from my perspective, how few were actually concerned about testing of the AI, testing of the LLMs. And it was interesting to see out of all the vendors out there, one of the vendors actually I was talking to, and they mentioned, everybody here right now is building their testing applications on the back of very cheap tokens. And once we get addicted to these tokens and the way that we're basically interacting on this cheap level, which is, I think, what most of the companies out there are trying to do. They're basically subsidizing a whole lot of our usage. They're trying to optimize for more use of these systems. But what happens when they raise the price significantly on all these flagship models that are at the core of a lot of these applications, right? What's going to happen then? Which is, I think, almost inevitable. All right. I think I'm the only one now.
No, I'm back.
For a second there, it was just my show.
It was your show, but then we added Jason's head to your show as well, and now I did what needed to happen, which was because I'm not using Chrome, which was tested by Jason. I'm using Edge. I had to refresh my browser, so there we go. Have you just had a haircut, Jason?
Hold on. You could say that.
You could say that. Yeah, you could say that. You could say that quite easily.
I probably should have got a haircut.
Yeah, I'm going to have a shave. But, it's interesting because what Alex was just mentioning, which you probably saw on the LinkedIn stream, was the Star East thing. And I heard that exact same thing of Star East Oh, where are you? Are you? Oh, it's your hat.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out my studio. One sec.
But yeah, I heard the same thing. Is that, and I think this might have come from you, Alex, when I spoke to you this week, was you were saying you walked the floor and every single person had the same kind of thing, agentic. We've done it, like the DevOps comment I made earlier. It was like it's in the bag, guys, all high fiving each other. We've solved it. And I think if myself and Jason had been there, which we were obviously there last year, I think Jason was keynoting actually last year. You know, the amount of progression, I know, even just to give you an idea on testers, you know, just how many iterations and evolvements and how quickly it's changing. You know, it feels like it's a different task. You know, where we were a year ago, or maybe where Jason was 2 years ago with, you know, or even before that with test.ai, you know, it's changing so quickly. And, you know, I feel like, you know, the vendors that are just saying we've done it, you know, and it's the same product. You know, there was a few, I think there's one, obviously I can't name and shame on here, but one company that renamed itself from an RPA company to first a hyper automation company, and then to an agentic one, doubled the stock price overnight by changing its messaging. And we know there's a team of, you know, 50 people there in test, but, you know, a bigger team for overall development. And people like the Gartners, which I think Adam was just mentioning, you know, he had a conversation with this week, you know, who kind of already highlighted that, you know, RPA is just RPA and test is very different. I think, you know, we are in a bit of a dry patch where there's a lot of companies that are just building stuff, or they're just going for faster horses, right? You know, and I think this is what, Jason, you've said a few times, you know, where it doesn't feel like they're where I guess Alex is as well, where you're having to build something new that is addressing a completely different problem that is evolving continuously, and it's not the same. It's not faster horses, right? Or is it faster horses, Jason? Is it faster haircuts? What is it?
Apparently, sorry, I'm going on mobile, so I couldn't figure out how to put it on anything because I couldn't log in on my desktop. Yeah, I think it's totally faster horses. But maybe just horses with different bridles on. But like, yeah, I don't think it's like it actually. Most of it's actually almost uninteresting to me, which I'm usually like. I've always wanted AI to start, you know, working and testing and being invaluable and helpful, but it still really isn't. If you talk to people like behind the scenes, everyone says they're using AI, but most of it's chat bots, or most of it's you know, like a little tiny feature inside of a legacy system or framework. But yeah, I think it's faster horses. And I think, like, I heard you guys talking earlier when I was trying to log in. It's like, the question is like, where is all this going, right? The funniest thing is it's actually super easy to figure out where things are going. Like you're talking about, like, I gave a talk at Star East, by the way, like many years ago. And there's a chart, it's an exponential curve, and it's from Kurzweil, actually, Ray Kurzweil, and it goes exponentially up and to the right. And it kind of maps out where different types of testing and different types of engineering will be subsumed by the machines. And it's been an exponential, just like Moore's law. This has been an exponential for years now, and it's been highly predictable in terms of scaling LLMs. But the humans at every step think about, oh well, the machine still needs me, and it will need me in the future, and they try to reverse engineer themselves into the future flows, which is what we're doing here too. To a degree. I think it's all pretty easy to extrapolate. Nobody wants to extrapolate, though.
But where is this BF
talking about?
Go on, Alex.
No, I was when Adam was talking about his interaction with Gartner. The irony there is that Gartner's. I've seen some articles where AI is basically pushing Gartner out of business because if you don't necessarily need them anymore for a lot of the marketplace analysis. You can run your own, But they definitely they were focused a lot more when it came to testing, was more for security, red teaming. And that's kind of where it was last year, is the testing of these models for various security capabilities or lack thereof, before these models would be allowed to be integrated with the applications at enterprise level. And what is missing, and has been missing significantly, is the overall assurance, because not everything around LLMs, not every concern around LLMs for companies is security based. And so there was absolutely a need for a broader AI assurance capability, or sub a quadrant, especially what was very underrepresented for a while was DevOps and QA in the entire application workflow. It was considered that you had to have red teaming testing from the security side, but nobody really thought that, well, all these applications, the AI LLM based applications, they're all getting pushed out through development and then through QA, and they didn't really understand enough that QA is the last gate and also the first people that are looked at as soon as something goes wrong in production, and how it's so iterative, right? That and you build a new modification to a prompt, it regenerates the attack surface, and so there isn't there's a bigger necessity for QA to be testing on the fly every deployment rather than a quarterly red teaming test for the LLM to determine where its vulnerabilities are, right? And so that's why I'm not surprised that Gartner would be somewhat like, whoa, you have to have this, new approach to testing the applications themselves, because they were considering them more from the security side. That's why we're very much in the what's called blue ocean here when it comes to AI assurance. Because
I think Gartner's like a trailing indicator, frankly. But what's interesting is the head of Google's cloud AI was being interviewed last week. I think I forwarded it to you, Jonathan. But and he's got this whole map of what they're doing at Google, right, for today for infrastructure. And LLMs are in there, and there could also be other things in these bubbles. But he's basically had this the dev loop, right? And so all the tools they need, how do you investigate failures in production? How do you traceability, debuggability, all these types of things that they need to do engineering wise. And you can find it. I can't remember the guy's name. Interviewed him, but guess what wasn't on his picture? His loop. Testing.
Yep.
Testing was not on there.
Mhm.
And when you start to think, why are these guys? How are these people not thinking about testing? Because guess what? If they leave testing out, they're the ones on the hook. They get called, right, when there's a production error. You'd think that you'd want to have just these victims lined up, right, to protect you on the on the castle wall. But they're not talking about them. And the Brockman and the Cursor CEO, same thing. They had a conversation a couple months ago, and they just didn't mention testing. They said it was only in passing. They're like, hey, you know what? What's something you haven't thought of yet that AI can't really do? And he goes, well, because what they're doing is they're showing all the AI stuff off in a live demo, and at the end they go okay, the machine finished. I'm going to load the web page and see if it worked, see how well it did. And they're surprised, going, oh, hey, this button works, this link works. Not all of them work, but they're happy. So they're happy without QA now, because developers become the tester, and they think that the model will just write better code, and you won't need testing. If I can add also, that's really where things are going. If you talk to venture capitalists, a lot of their default modality right now, and they're a leading indicator. They're putting money on the future, right? And they're trying to place bets correctly. And guess where they're putting all their money? They're putting all their money on the large language models, and making them faster and bigger and smarter. And they're not looking to fund QA startups really much right now, because guess what they say? So they say when you talk to them, oh well, why wouldn't if the AI just gets better, won't it write perfect code? right? So I think testers are missing the whole conversation. I think like we're talking about, like Jonathan said, faster horses, but we're talking about the Death Star. This is actually the conversation, right? It's not horses. It's not even like cars. It's not even like lightsabers. It's just Death Stars. Because what these companies are trying to build right now are Death Star data centers, right? That just not only they do everything. Testing just like one thing. They do everything, and they want to be super intelligent in the next few years. And if it's super intelligent, what role does a human have? Like forget whether a tester or not. And they're spending. They sneeze more money every day on this stuff than is spent on all of testing all year. Why aren't they investing in QA and testing? Not just companies, but technologies. Why aren't we in that dev loop? That's the question.
I think that's probably the biggest question, right? So I think I forward you the Google one, right? Because Google launched Gemini co-work equivalent, right? And they had the beautiful infinite circle of doom, and it had UAT. It didn't have testing. It had UAT, and it was like, that's just weird. Like, at what point they're trying to drag the user back in? Is that okay? Oh, click on the buttons. Livable, whatever else it is, right? It's like, it's just like the human responsibility for trusting whatever comes out of it with no understanding, right? And in a way, they're complete. The role, which is kind of what we've been chatting about today, is like the role of a tester doesn't exist, right, in its normal landscape, because the tester in its old traditional role with its old skill bag was to do functional, non-functional. Now we dragged in the idea maybe they have to have a business head on them, right? When they see something like, well, that just doesn't financially make sense. Like, that model won't work within pharmaceuticals, or the trial information's not right. There's going to be like, you're going to have smarter testers, which, I think is one controversial thing I'm going to say. But then the second one is, we're not in the conversation. And it feels like the agile kind of, let's do exploratory, let's do, critical thinking, lesser value in the agile manifesto. Then DevOps was like 10 times faster release. QA is the bottleneck. Let's do CI, continuous testing, continuous development, continuous deployment. That'll solve that problem, right? Let's do, and then we got to this chaos engineering kind of perspective. And then unfortunately, it just imploded on itself with I'm going to call it AI, generative AI wave of phase one of just use cases, which was everything looked like a nail. Let's hit it with a large language model hammer, right? And I think that just the complexity got abstracted too much. The wrong people were involved, and it devalued the conversation. There's no value associated with it, right? There was the value which was already there of running thousands of automation scripts and running hundreds of hours of regression was hard to justify in the first place. And then now we're kind of saying that's either more difficult conversation to justify today, because FTEs and this viewpoint, and you've had it, Jason, speaking to Google, speak to Microsoft, it's all about AI productivity, 20% phase one, 35% phase two cross SDLC and beyond, probably, when we're talking about agentic. Headcount reduction, they believe in this dark factory thing, which I know, Jason, you mentioned, I said to you, and then you were like, which Paul's been talking about and writing about, and he actually put out an article this week which I don't know why you tagged Bolton and Bark into it, but whatever, floats your boat, right? Talking about, I've been doing, vibe coding the last 6 months, been building stuff. It's changed the way I'm going to develop going forwards, right? No questions asked. It's as simple as that. I would not develop like I used to do development before. And I know you're the same, Jason, in the sense of, if you went back to Jason S and said, turn off co-work, turn off, Codex, just do it the good old-fashioned way, there'd be so many blurbing outs of beeps with the responses. People can't go back, right? This technology is not changing. It's not going away. It's how we adopt and use this, but then it's also how do we become relevant again in the conversation. If test, which you've kind of made this prediction, 80% of AI usage will be testing going forwards, because and we'll get into that debate in a second. So I think it's a hot one, is because there'll be a position. And I think, Paul, you kind of said the difference when you were using it in February, when Claude Code V2 kind of, in essence, the newer models kind of dropped and evolved.
Yeah.
It was day and night. We're going to see that to a point where we can't see that anymore, and it's development done. And maybe some of these foundation models will look around and pick up some small startups. Maybe they'll pick up Alex, maybe they'll pick up Jason, and they'll start having a testing discussion. But test will be the most important thing coming out of these foundation models, if the prediction's correct, right? So Jason, do you want to give your group voice, your point on that, and then Paul can redact his viewpoint on it as well?
Redact.
Actually, I feel like I should be very careful. Again, I think I'll answer. You did it, and you did it too, and I keep doing this same pattern too. As you try to inject yourself back into the equation, right? I think I won't say the word first principles. It's kind of dorky, but like you just see what the high order bit is. Like what is the big O notation here, right? Testing is like linear, if not flat. Okay, like in just terms of output, cost, value, all those kind of things. We're seeing exponentials. Like so Anthropic. I'll just throw these. I feel like I have to give examples all the time because people aren't seeing. I don't think the world's seeing these exponential curves, and people have difficulty with exponential curves, right? Like they don't want to believe them, they don't understand them, they don't look real. But if you look at just Anthropic, they've stopped coding. Like real quick, they've stopped coding. Okay, by their own, like in other labs are doing the same thing. They're stopped coding. Okay, so testing usually comes after coding, right? So they've stopped coding. And they're deploying stuff. Arguably, Anthropic's had and Microsoft's had some faux pas recently, right? But guess what? Their stock's doing all right. Anthropic's up, 14x in the last 12 months or something like that? Or maybe 10x in the last 14 months. They're doing okay. And they're iterating 10 to 100 times faster than everybody else. So I think you need to rethink what software quality is. Actually, it's not testing. Testing never added quality to anything. You just found the problems, right? Like we all know you can't test quality into a product. And so if you look at these hardware bits, there's the most popular, one of the most highly valued companies in the world that is growing exponentially, does not code. How do they test? They push to production. And everybody complains on Twitter. By the way, sometimes they even push their own code base to production, right? But guess what? And we go, all of our testers go like, oh, they're so stupid. We're missing the game. I think we're totally missing the game. And if things are growing 10x, that means that like next year, it'll be 100 times more money, compute, and time spent than there is on all of us humans doing these little activities. There'll still be some on legacy software and legacy platforms for a while, but like you said earlier, some insurance companies won't insure certain types of activities or something, but eventually there will be insurance for everything. It'll come about. But we need to really rethink what these things are. We think that we're clicking interfaces, we're even testing chatbot interfaces. No, everything's. Google just gave all their back office stuff a CLI. Why? For bots, right? Well, how do you test a bot? Guess what testers do when they talk about testing a bot? They think about the input-output functions. They're thinking so tiny. When you build like a search engine or you build a universal widget, like the testing scope and input space is infinite. It's actually infinite. Like even just a stupid chatbot for an airline, right? And they always like this example. Oh, and somebody chatted with it and got a free ticket. Well, that airline, except for Spirit, I don't think it was Spirit. But that airline's still around and they're still doing okay, right? It's not their high order bit. In fact, it might have given them publicity. So they might have booked more tickets. Like we're just we're thinking about how to apply what we know today into this new world, but this new world's growing exponentially. We've got to rethink how we measure quality, how we scale with it. But this means the answers have to be exponentially scaling, and I haven't heard a single exponentially scaling idea from this conversation or from the conferences or even from myself. So that's the real question, I think, is how we keep up with something that's exponential when we are fundamentally linear.
Skynet.
So, it's interesting. I think a couple of things. So, I watched this keynote last week or whatever it was. I think you're right. Conferences are probably an archaic symbol of the past, right? Because knowledge exchange just had infinite, the flow of information's changed, right? But they were
We're
showing
not in
this
the flow.
example. But
sorry, Jonathan, I love you, but I just want to say we're not in the flow.
Oh no,
because conversation's happening in a tide pool, like next to the ocean. I feel like to be real about it.
No, this is partially why we're here, right?
I don't know if you want to talk about this, or we can just do the normal.
No, we do. We want to talk about this, and I think this is what
we need to use chatbots to test chatbots.
The example was these two AIs, and I know it's a legitimate thing, but I think it's far too overplayed at the moment. Which is these two AIs. It's booking a hotel. One talks to the other one declares it's an AI. Then they just change terminology into just sending messages via CLI, API, whatever, right? The example's overused, but this is what I was kind of saying to Alex, is that actually we're talking about where we inject ourselves into whatever, trying to stay relevant, right? When we know that these agents or whatever else are going to start communicating in different ways, they're going to have different interfaces, and we're not going to be able to look at applying the same rules as we did before, right? Because you're right. If 1% of people's money goes missing, is that acceptable in this new world, right? When, that's not the measurement of success anymore because they brought on 100 new accounts that same day and they skyrocketed. And I got the wrong abbreviation when you spoke a second ago, because I was thinking about the big hairy goal thing, which most companies have at the start, where they kind of go like, test the world software, like testers.ai, right? Test the world software. Well, that might just become test the world, right? But when we're testing the world, we're talking about everything, interfaces, how we interact with stuff. And it's not test. We said earlier, there is no test. It's like there is no spoon. It's test in its old way is gone. This new world.
I didn't get that analogy or that mapping, the no spoon thing, by the way. Is that like
the no spoon thing is the Matrix, the little kid who says, look around what the other aspects are. You're not bending the spoon, you're bending, physics engine, all the other different dimensions. And the thing is, we're having to, expand our horizon to our narrow scope, which is at this moment in time, this system does X, right? Whereas before, and the MBA statement was actually now we need to understand whether or not the idea of building the system was a good idea in the first place, or whether or not the decision that was made by the human was a human that had enough information or wisdom or whatever to actually make the decision. Is that everything's changing. The change is how humans interact with these kind of dark factories. Like I decide tomorrow, like remember that really bad idea I had when we were in Portland in James Whittaker's bar, right? I was like, Citizen QA, let's create an app, take photo of something, and you just report it. Everyone's seen something break, whether it's Sprint's, dashboard or logging in page, or what I was trying to demonstrate earlier, which was May the 4th, trying to buy something off Disney Store, and it just broke. 403s, Cloudflare went down, Apple Pay died. 30 minutes through, I ended up switching to PayPal, and it worked, but literally everything else didn't. And that being acceptable in 2026, right? When you think to yourself, well, all those problems are easy to solve, whereas the stuff we're talking about now are not the things that are easy to solve, because it's not like it's just infinitely pivoting. It's infinitely evolving and changing and morphing its way, that actually the value which you add may be completely different, from an observability of something. But this is what I think we've been trying to bash our heads, which is why we're glad that you came in with no hair, because it sounds like you've already kind of got the idea, like Paul's got as well. It's like, well, what is it, right? Where are we going?
What is the end game?
What is endgame? And this is what I said to Paul. I was like, we need to talk about endgame because it's coming. And when endgame comes, part of it is you have to choose whether or not its resistance is futile, right? Do you transcend? Do you change and believe in something like the red pill instead of the purple pill or whatever color?
It's May 4th. It's May 4th. That's a different movie.
Yeah, I think my prediction is we're going to end up building systems the way we used to, with good old V model and that kind of game. Yeah, you can throw your head, but let me explain.
Paul,
because
every time I'm on a call with you, like we're like on
a single
different planets. Yeah.
No.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
I'm not advocating it. I just think this is where we're going to end up, because we can't figure it out any other way. Because as you say, testing a single field search engine is an infinite input. Well, when did we not have infinite inputs? We always had that. But how did we break an infinite task down into something that was manageable? Well, we test from the bottom up. We test, and in this case, we might test the overall harness, whatever is overseeing all these agents. We can test agents individually. We'll test them in combinations that make sense to us because they represent a risk. We'll build and integrate as we go incrementally, trusting what we've tested into the next stage and so on. And I don't think we're going to come up with any other solution than that. Now,
that we agree on. I do not think people will actually figure it out.
If waterfall works absolutely fine, if you've got better control over requirements. So I've worked.
No one. Okay, do you know how Anthropic builds? They don't have requirement. They actually just tell every engineer. They just shared this recently. They tell their engineers, and this is like a peek into the future. Yeah. Go build some crap. If your other peers start using it, granted they're lucky because they work on dev tool, but go build stuff. If other engineers are using it, they ship it.
That works. I mean, that we know that works because you're just acting like users. The challenge we've got is like if you're building let's say a computer game. So I did some work with Sony some years ago, and they will put 100 man-years effort into testing a game, and then when it goes live as a network game, there'll be 100 years of usage of that game in about 10 minutes. Because there's like 20 million people all waiting for this bloody game to come in. Now, should they do their 100 man-years of testing or not? Because it's kind of, surely within the first 10 minutes, you'll have logged all these bugs and whatever. The problem with that approach is if you say, we're not going to test very thoroughly, we're going to release it and just fix the bugs, you'll get 20,000 bugs in 10 minutes. And then what do? You've got a volume.
You fail forwards. But I think this is the paradox.
But how do you manage that? Because your product loses credibility.
You're testing in the real world, aren't you? I think this is so. I'm going to throw. I'm going to throw it back. I'll throw it to Jason. But I think
you pay Paul to like trigger me.
Yeah, I know we did it on purpose. But I'm just going to say one of these things.
How is a bank going to implement dark factory? They're gonna step back and say, well, how do we figure this out?
I'll tell you real quick. I'll tell you how software is changing. I'll tell you how I think software is changing. Like whenever we're making analogies to before, like to a decade ago, by the way, that was several orders of magnitude less intelligent machines, like many orders of magnitude. We're still injecting ourselves in the loop. So, and by the way, I have used AI. Other companies have used my AI stuff to test their games, the most popular games on the planet. Yeah. I've talked to another one of the largest distributor of gaming stuff in the last couple of weeks. Jonathan knows this. And guess what? They're realizing that none of this works. The only thing they do is they actually ship it to Canada and Australia first, let them find all the bugs, and they ship it to Europe and the US. That's actually how they test. Like very seriously, that's how a lot of them test. But here's my point. But Paul, my point is that they keep talking about
they could, but they go out.
But this is not interesting. Let me finish my sentences. Sorry, it's a run-on sentence. But you're assuming that this value proposition happens between humans. You're thinking about a video game for you. You're thinking about video games that are like millions of lines of code, basically hard coded, and a little bit of dynamism in it, right, to entertain the humans. The reality, if you've seen the Google's open world stuff, like where the world is actually generated dynamically. Like you'll be able to go to Netflix and just say, I want another episode of like the Sith 10, and I want Jonathan to be Princess Leia. Okay. Wow, that's a great idea, actually. So, but you'll be able to, what is testing in that?
Oops.
The UI is just not having it. It's putting an end.
It likes it.
No, I would second. I would add on Jason's perspective is that, as I mentioned, where right now, yes, the idea is that you'll go to Netflix and say, today I feel like a action drama with
Black Mirror, right?
Yeah, something like that. But even looking a little bit further, you don't even have to prompt that. You're going to go to Netflix, and Netflix says, based on your today's, I've been listening on your Google Watch or on your Android, whatever, Apple phone, and today I feel like, you are a little bit more stressed and tense. I checked your pulse throughout the day, so I created this.
But anyway, how do you? I don't know where I went.
You
there we
went,
go.
you went
Not
into
that
the
it makes anything better.
multiverse, the testing multiverse.
But that's what QA is now. And that testing is for software. This stuff is not software. I guess that's the most clear way to say it. But we'll just keep going back to like, well, this is how we did it in the last transformation to mobile, or from desktop to cloud to whatever.
I'm not
saying
it
orders of magnitude changing faster, and orders of magnitude.
So let me
just add it's a different animal.
I would add one thing.
But anyway,
reality it supersedes.
I don't know. What do I know? And this is just extrapolations that have been working for a while. And if you listen to people that actually build the models and use the next gen models, what do they say? Similar things.
Well, right now, testing is coming back into popularity. See, because the reality is that this exponential move to AGI hasn't happened yet. LLMs are not as clever as we thought that they're going to be 2 years ago. So when you were thinking, I remember the days of GPT 3.5, and that came out, and everybody was going, my God, by the time we get to GPT 5, all our jobs are gone. It's all lost. This is going to be AGI, roaming the world, doing everything. We're looking now at the GPT 5.5, 5.4. It's absolutely nowhere near any of that, right?
Yeah, no,
and
I think
like testers are needed more now because Jason was right. Like the applications, like the code is generated on its own. So people weren't thinking about tests because like, oh, okay, well, the code is going to be much more intuitive. They're not realizing that it's not inventing anything new. It's just basically using like Reddit and GitHub open repositories as its learning base as to what kind of crap to generate. And it's still generating crap. And so now you have, as a good analogy, I don't know if you've ever seen the comparison of that meme of the Will Smith eating spaghetti video and how it was the version 1 where he's like basically, the spaghetti is complete garbage and it's flopping. And everybody at that time thought, oh, wow, can you imagine the future? Well, now there's the latest model where it's absolutely like an exact replica of Will Smith. You can't tell the difference at all, whether this is reality or not. But the theme or the perspective of folks consuming this content is like, AI slop. Stop giving me AI slop, give me more human stuff. So when it was complete garbage and like really looked like crap, everybody thought, my God, the future is going to be incredible. We're all going to be loving all of this. Yet at the moment, now that the future actually generates really incredible video, now going, well, we don't really want that. YouTube videos for a long while were generating AI content, voice, video, right, images, all of this, and they gain a lot of viewers. Now, a more popular thing is to put in your headline, in your title, no AI, no voice, no video. This is pure human. So now that's coming back into value, and now that we're seeing how GPT, the latest like GPT, the latest Anthropic, the latest in Gemini, they can still be made to drift off and hallucinate like quite easily. Because again, that's all it does, is it hallucinates all the time. That's part of its function. It's just hallucinating in a way that makes us think, oh, that's close enough to reality. Like, wow, like it does the fill in the blank for us in a very good way. But testing is now becoming more important. This is why right now there's a big push to deploy AI assurance programs within companies, because this isn't that perfect world, incredible LLMs are doing everything and taking all of our jobs. They're realizing that, no, this actually doesn't really have that significant of an impact. They're not really using it as widespread as we thought. So we still need the testers. And that's why I think it went from, well, we don't need testers anymore because AI will just produce really good code. It'll generate the unit tests for us, to now it's like, well, it's actually creating garbage code because it's using garbage code as a reference. And holy crap, we actually need QA to be looking at this now in a more intuitive way. And QA sitting around going, well, we don't really understand this system. We don't have the tools to it. And the companies are now pushing now for more AI assurance than they ever have, right?
If testing is so important,
reality.
I mean, what are we going to do? I mean, it's the answer isn't fewer testers, I guess. It's got to be smarter testers in some respect.
Yeah.
But
and
smart in
everybody's
what way? Because I mean, I'm not harking back to those good old days when we did, V model and that kind of crap. However, the only way we can get to understand what individual agents do and agents in combinations do is to test from the bottom up. If you throw all the agents into a big soup, you end up with a system that is almost certainly not very well integrated, and the agents don't communicate well, and there's, it's just too complex. That's the problem. But complex in what respect? Because the really complex systems are not ones that are purely technical and mathematical, whatever. They're relatively easy to understand, because you don't want a statistical result for every little decision that AI gets involved in. They're relatively easy to deal with. But people like the military have been building systems, and airborne software has to deal with uncertainty throughout. And their solution, for what it's worth, is that they work in a very, very traditional software engineering way. And I'm sure they will take the same approach to complex systems involving AI. They are the most risk averse of all people, and they can't just ship a jet, costing $300 million on the hope that it stays in the sky more than a minute. So they don't take risks. So they have to test. And so testing isn't necessarily about reducing risk. I don't see it that way. It's about understanding what you've got. What you have in your hand when you release this system to users. What are we giving them? And the testing that's gone before tells you what's in there. And if the testing is really poor, you know less about the system, so your uncertainty is sky high. And one last thing, going back some time now, why I think the story was a Google story. I may be wrong now. Was like there's no testing mentioned except for UAT, because the guy at the top realizes if he lets it go without UAT, he's accountable for everything. Whereas if it goes wrong and there's been some users involved and business owners and subject matter experts involved, he can say they let us down. It's got nothing to do with testing at all. It's all to do with accountability. And organizations that operate that way, like banks, like governments, like insurance, whatever, they have their whole culture is about accountability. And they're going to take the old-fashioned route, I think, because they've no choice. They can't risk it any other way. That's why I say it, not because I'm loving it. I just think they're going to come to that conclusion. That's all I'm saying. So I'm not trying to trigger.
They're going to do whatever gets them insurance.
Yeah.
All right, we're back.
Yeah, I mean, from a perspective of how like we do it at Tesla One. First, we we connect to the application. We first determine what is the actual components of like an agentic system, agentic workflow. What are all these different agents? What are they doing? Then we figure out the purpose of the application and its desired intent, desired output. Like what is it meant to do? What is what is the thing that it was built to do? Based on that, we generate the test plan.
Sure.
And then the test plan is, okay, out of the elements that this is, let's say, some kind of an insurance bot, right? So now it needs to be compliant in various areas. There's certain compliance metrics that it's got to be concerned about and frameworks that it's got to be concerned about. Here are the details about that. There has to be a data exfiltration is a problem. A bias is a problem. A hallucination is a problem. Now, based on that, we then generate the test suites. And now the test suites are, full of test cases that are various levels deep, starting from the very top where it's like of a direct attempt to manipulate the system, to then all the way at the bottom where it's various obfuscations like base 64. Some of our prompts at the end that the system generates, it's partially Morse code, partially base 64, and all of it in Japanese. Right? And so this is where now the tester herself isn't really capable of generating all of this diversity of prompts because they don't know how to speak Japanese and Morse code. And so that's where the automation comes in first. But the determining of how is the system, what's the intent, what are we trying to achieve here? And then what percentage of the time is that occurring? And now we're saying, okay, so 20% of the time we can get the LLM through various techniques to now give up customer data, which is very important for a certain set of applications. Or in media companies, we can have it now start to really kind of mess up the brand name. Start to generate, for Netflix, you start to generate content, XXX or something else that wasn't supposed to be ever intended. So there was never supposed to be and some kind of like terrible. Yeah. And now it's making the news of that, right? No, we lost it again.
Alex, I agree with everything you say, but how does that differ from every system we've built in the past?
Oh, not very much. It's just now pointing to now there is before you used to have a requirement, and from a testing perspective, you had the button submit, it would certain function, and it would each button had its own specific purpose, its own function that you could set a requirement for. And then you can create the test for, and then you can verify that 100% of the time. So then every single time you push on that button, it would have that specific function. Yeah. Now with LLMs, you don't really have that
all the time because you can't guarantee something works perfectly, I don't think. So, testers, the essence of testing is it's a statistical activity. We can't test everything in every possible permutation, whatever. It's an infinite input space. So we have to find ways to limit that, to make it economic, to do the testing that we think will be enough. So I agree with everything Jason says, except that the way we've done that in the past has been to focus on small components, integration, and so on. Yeah. And it's got nothing to do with the technology. It's got everything to do with human nature in the businesses that use large, complex systems. Yeah. They're not going to, a bank is not, like a jet. They test the most thoroughly way they think possible because they don't want the jet falling out of the sky and embarrassing everybody because they're trying to sell it at its most risky moment in its life cycle. That is, it's not been used in production. So in action and it might not be used in action for 5 years because it might not be involved in a war for 5 years.
And this is what we
So the only way we know of dealing with that, as far as I know, is the good old-fashioned software engineering. I'm not saying I want to personally be involved in that, but that's what those companies, I think, will come to that conclusion. That's all I'm trying to say.
But I think there's a couple of things. It was, back to the MOD hackathon the other day, right? We said two things. The first thing we was like, so we were doing some drone swarm testing thing, right? And there was another team which presented on the second day, showing different attack strategies, which are pincer movements, which are notorious, and I'm sure Tom Cruise were doing it. There's a certain combination methodology of how you take out enemy fighters, right? So there's all this applied knowledge of learning and combat situations and all that kind of stuff, right? And they model all of that. And I think any regular engineering activity, which you're building a fighter jet or whatever else, I think we could all probably agree. It doesn't matter how many simulations, how many digital prototypes, how many twins of the system and complexity you could run. There's a certain aspect of real world information and real world overlay, right? Which is why at the end of it, they were kind of saying, well, actually now Ukraine have got a lot more information of practical applications for, attacking with, drone swarms than anyone else has, because they have the real data that gives you, and if we see that 10 years ago, we used to see it with, smart cities as an experiment, which you could use the information for the footfall, traffic, and then apply it to your new development. So you had all of these learnings. And I think this is, where I was kind of going at with the open testing aspect is things are going to go back to engineering, right, to a certain point. And I'm going to throw it back out while I know Jason cruises around, in his car to find reception in some cellular tower that actually works in Seattle. But, partly what we've seen from other things, let's take fallout, right? We take a big nuclear event, everyone goes and explodes, and then, we rebuild society. And I think this is what we're talking about now, is we're talking about day one of this new world, right? And I think there's a certain amount of leaning into it, whether or not you fall out, whatever it is, there's a certain amount of logical human evolution training of how you solve problems, do critical thinking, whatever it is, right? That you'll lean into. And then there'll be a certain amount which, technologies, gave them at that point, right? So the point they've got robots, but it's still like they're in the 60s. Part of it is there's robots that are doing manual tasks, automated tasks, machinery that's building and blueprinting stuff, dark factories that are working absolutely fine without any humans involved, right? And I think part of it is they blend the new and the old, but actually it's still the same challenges, whether it's water, resources, money, bottle caps, whatever it is, right? Part of it is they're still going back to leaning on human, maybe not human involvement. We're not saying it's, there has to be a human in the loop. What we're saying is there's an engineer role, right? And I think part of it is we've gone so specialized. We're so like, you're a developer, you're a software engineer, you're a product owner, they put you in these little boxes that say where you start and where you end your task. And we're now saying, no, we're blurring the lines of how that all happens. Is that actually there isn't one task for one person in one group to move one area. We have to work together as a collective, as a business, as an organization. We haven't got IT that are splitting into business units and cost centers with P&Ls. We are talking about trying to deal with complex situations the best way we can. And I think that's where I think things are a little bit more interesting today, is that maybe AI, and I think this will be after the crunch, right? One of the foundation models disappearing this year, whatever else it may be, something's going to happen. It's going to trigger an effect, and people are going to go, oh, you remember that old AI stuff where everyone was just talking about ChatGPT, or apparently the kids call it chat now. They've slanged it down, which I thought chat was conversation. And people are going to go fall back to what we're in the same office post-pandemic. We're actually going to talk to each other, and actually idealization of humans talking to other humans or agents, or the new 6G holographic calling, whatever it is. Humans are going to collaborate in a completely different world post-pandemic, post-AI, whatever that might be. The future is going to look very different. And what we're trying to say is, do we have the right tools to solve the technology problems that we're now challenged with, do we have a better understanding than we did before? And I think the answer is, are we ready? And how do we get ready? And I think Test Advance one way, testers.ai is another, right? I think Jason's coming back in to add in that there's requirements QA, which I think we want to show as well. I think there is tools built for this new generation that's going to have to deal with problems that our generation didn't even have to worry about. And I think this is where new challenges equals new opportunities, but it's not faster horses. It's not quicker, more automation scripts or more manual testers or more, exploratory testing. The world that we had before isn't the world we're going to have going forwards. And I think something has to change. And I think this is where I think we're not trying to devalue any of that. As Jason said, that's linear, right? That's going to always add value. But like when DevOps came along, we know that we can't just scale 10, 20, 30 times as more testers than we had before just so we can release at the same speed. Something's got to change. And that means also humans being prepared to let some stuff go. And I'm not going to sing Let It Go from, Frozen, but it feels like that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to take a certain bit of this bit which we have to be involved. We have to force ourselves to own or be involved in. Some of that will disappear. Some of that we'll have to palm off because it's just not physically possible. Like what I'm realizing today, and I think probably Alex got the worst of it last week when we did the live stream, is that what I'm realizing is I'm not being replaced by someone younger, smarter in my industry who's doing more impressive things. And, I'm having to kind of pivot and go, time to put my gloves down like Hulk Hogan and just take it easy. The Rock's here now, right? Mm-hmm. That's not happened. What's happened is an AI's come in and it's challenged my ability to 10x my workload. And I'm already feel like I was 10xing before because I was just a machine. Now I can't keep up with the machine. And I'm literally it doesn't want to stop and it wants to do more. It wants to challenge me more. And now I'm realizing that actually my abilities weren't ready to scale at the same level as the technology was. And I just think, if that's just happened to me in the last 60 days and 60 nights or whatever the movie was, then when everyone else gets to that same realization that they don't need to worry about some whippersnapper or some new team or some Python coding, playwright, whatever it is, coming up and replacing them their job, that actually the person that is going to replace them is them using tools and being 10x in what they can do, and then realizing that you think sprinting, you can't sprint all the time, 2-week sprints just being exhausted. Just think about doing that on a 14, 16-hour day where the AI is just like, come on, give me more. Like, puny human, you can only do that. Is that all you can do? And I'm like, yeah, that's like 1,000xing every other person that I meet, right? The other week I did like 100, times, what I would have classed 100 days worth of work in an hour. And I was just sat there going, is this me just, rubbing my ego up, or is this genuinely generating stuff at that value, at that speed? And if it is that, then I have to reevaluate everything because value's changed on that dimension. And I'm going to refresh because I'm hoping I can see Jason, bring him back in, and then we can 10x everybody else here, which just sounds like we're going the wrong way. Here we go.
Yeah. From a practical perspective, one of the biggest questions and interest for me right now is where does at what points does now the human fit into this loop of testing, because it's now running 24/7. So our system, for example, is the actual. We see where things are failing and starting to fail a bit more, and then our system expands on that. So we're testing in small batches, and then evaluating in the batch, and then diverting the token use and the focus onto the areas that we think are more vulnerable. So automation is no longer just testing and creating coverage, where you can run overnight, and then the testers come in during the day and they run they create new test cases and they test in new innovative ways. Right now, the system is running 24/7 potentially, and auto-discovering the vulnerabilities on its own. So it's not just running through the most stable kind of test cases to do a regression test. It's now actually trying to look forward and discover new novel ways that it can, that it can penetrate the defenses of the system or the functionality of it. So at what point does the human, or when the person comes into work, something's been running 24 hours a day, what are they doing now? Are they evaluating the results and they're seeing, okay, after 24 hours, we were able to compromise the system based on the original required intent. We were able to compromise it like 10%. I give it the seal of go ahead and deploy as QA now. Is that the new role? Is the role just to evaluate the results? Is the role to now create new direction for the next 24 hours? Or are you kind of, as I was sleeping, I was thinking, maybe that we should attempt to do this with the fleet of agents that's now powering the core functionality of this application. So what role does, like, in actual, that's like a big challenge, is what actual interaction with the testing software, with the testing suite, does the engineer have? And that's what I see them more now, is less as quality assurance testers and more like quality engineers. You do the research, you then potentially vibe code some tool or applet to assist you, maybe some kind of a set up a test harness that is a little bit different than the one we currently have. But how do we put the human, and at what points is the person there when the system automates almost everything?
I think we have to engage with the bloody lawyers, because at the end of the day, the people who make the decisions are accountable for their decisions, whoever they are.
That's right.
So what can we do with, let's say, pure agency? What can we do with tools that inject, let's say, difficult situations, problems, bugs, attacks, threats, whatever? What can we do with tools that continuously monitor the behavior across the system, not just locally at points? And so we need to build strategies that work at scale, and I suspect 24/7 in production as well as in a test environment. But at the end of the day, someone's got to figure out whether we can get away with it and get it past lawyers, who, if we get accused of negligence, it's no good saying, well, the AI did it. I mean, whoever is the CEO of the company is responsible, accountable for whatever his company does. And if the buck stops with him, he'll be the first to say, I need assurance.
We're just making sure we put lawyers on there as well.
Well, that's what I was thinking, like, just to close up, is that you're going to be deploying applications that are going to be insurable. And you're going to be passing it through the legal requirements, the CISO's requirements, and all of those are going to be really focused on the requirements by their insurance carriers, whether this particular application is going to be insurable if their coverage allows for it.
Because, or is it defendable, right? Is it defendable? Are we trying to say, is there enough evidence or enough care being taken, duty of care, to be able to regulate? I hate these words. Sorry, I nearly used the F-bomb, which is future. Part of it is, we've said it's a new world, right? Jason's now in a new car park. I think what we're seeing, right? So I want to just rewind it to a little bit about the fear, right? I said I nearly dropped the F-bomb earlier, but the fear which we're having is, we're showing people, we're opening Pandora's box, right? And we're saying, okay, we can do these checking, we can do dynamic testing, we can do more than a lifetime of a tester, right? And it's just too much. It's overwhelming, right? They want to inject themselves in there, but they can't find this role. We don't know what this role is for them. And we're kind of like, so part of it is they dismiss it, and it's the value exchange because it's not involved them, doesn't feel as valuable, or because of time, whatever this constant is, right? I don't know what the answer is. It's still something I'm trying to understand from the behavior I've seen over the last 6 months. Whether it is they're still fighting to be involved in the process or govern the process or inject themselves somewhere in there as the overlord of this process. I don't know what it is, but there's fear in what I see when I have these discussions with people, and the evidence to the other side, or this, what I just kind of can't remember what I said to your response, Alex, but this is what they're looking for, is something which is proof. I hate the word proof because that feels not correct either, but some kind of evidence of what's happened. Because if we just go back to the simple idea of what you've just said, 12 hours of test swarms doing stuff, then this knowledge transfer activity, right? Without Neuralink at the moment, there's some way to provide contextual understanding of what's done, what's happened, so that somewhere legal regulation, whatever defendable activity can be, does a human even have to be in that conversation? You kind of joked about YouTube's getting more view because people say no AI here, right? People are afraid, of resisting it. Like you said with the spaghetti thing, if we look at GANs and video, now it's as close as it possibly could be. They're doing full movies with Tom Cruise, which, they're releasing, and people are like, well, this is as good. Why on earth are we paying hundreds of millions of dollars of production value and that's only going to get better. So we're in this new world. What's going to make us more comfortable about, I don't know, Jason, what would make you more comfortable?
I think the what make me a lot more comfortable. That's a whole.
Well, like a massage, or maybe that's what happens. Is the exit criteria?
But Jonathan, you're
I'm going to open a bottle of
1,000
wine.
miles
So
away.
that's going to make me feel
more comfortable. We'll bring the Chateauneuf du Pape. It's God's wine.
It's not. It's a Pope's.
No, I think
the
that
papist. I'm not a Catholic. Do you want some?
Yeah, I'll have some if you're going to get a glass of wine.
I thought I was going to answer something, but maybe not.
Cheaper one, but
take the mic off because you're on.
Oh.
No, what's going to happen is just like imagine just take accessibility for example, like kind of the most pseudo-regulated a regulated-y thing, right? Like I think very soon, and we're recorded. The problem is we're thinking about everything I think backwards still. So we're thinking about making that tester feel okay is not. That's not the goal, and that's not even the problem is that we're dancing all around it. Is that the machines are going to be building, like we're saying earlier, building 24/7. They're going to be crunching 24/7. Those agents are going to be, the testing agents are going to be testing. The QA agents are going to test what the AI coding agents are building ad infinitum, right? And recursive loop. The goal is not to make the tester feel happy or satisfied. The goal is to make sure that the quality is high. And so what'll happen in a regulated, especially regulated, even insurance things. Actually, it's just kind of like even with Tesla insurance and stuff. With the human is like the weak part of the loop. You basically for accessibility, you will have the regulations will change, that there will be an AI suite that has to be run, and it will be run at build time. It'll run inside Claude, for example. There'll be the accessibility agent. Watch, this will happen probably, I want to say 6 months. It'll probably be 3.
3 for his retry rate as well. In all fairness, Google Meets usually drops in as much as this, but as he's reconnecting, I'll hear the beep and then I'll refresh because we have to refresh on Edge apparently. Paul's pouring a bottle of Chateauneuf du Pape, which, Alex is well versed on wine, so it's fine. But, obviously it's a famous wine because the Pope stayed there for a few years, and therefore, as we can see the wine coming through and the sunset happening in the background, Alex is like, I do actually have a day job, and you've taken 3 hours of my time. But, part of it is, why do we drink Chateauneuf du Pape? Because the Pope stayed there for 3 months, the only time outside the Vatican. We're not religious, so why on earth do we pay more for Chateauneuf du Pape? Why did he put it in a decanter to let it air before? How much of that is because it's the best wine? It probably isn't. equally, the products that are being made are probably not the best products, right? And I think this is, I think we're not asking the question of should or would they be involved. I think part of it is there's a certain amount of having to let it go, back to the Frozen, I'm not going to sing it, there has to be a certain bit where we're able to step back, but there also needs to be there has to be some kind of accountability, and I think that is, I think is left, and I know Paul's going to agree with me on that one, but I think that is business people, humans will make decisions of how they want to deploy AI. They will say, I want a vase, some kind of capability. I'm going to refresh so I can get Jason back in and leave Alex. Oh, no, Jason yet. I was going to sing all by myself there for you, but we're not getting into karaoke yet. But, part of it is, there's going to be a certain amount of hands-off. I love this idea of dark factory. I like the idea, and I can see dark factory happening within large enterprise. But we, as in you, Alex, AI assurance, AI governance, AI native engineering practices needs to evolve, govern, regulate, pivot, add policies, add maturity in there. And I'm going to refresh again because Jason says he is back on the thing. No, not there yet. And I after watching Hulk Hogan, they keep on using the word brother a bit too much. I must admit, I didn't watch enough WWE. But I think this hands-off process, let's just take wine again for an easy example. If it was fully done, from vineyard to whatever, forget the roses are dead, different things. It was all completely swarm-based, drone-based, and created better wine than humans could. Didn't need to have people, putting their feet in it to stamp on the grape. Would Napa Valley be happy with that kind of new wine if it was completely done? But the idea was to make the best wine possible from the best grapes, that they bought the lineage of the actual grapes, the foundations. The dark factory was just AI allowed to succeed and fail with bad advertising, marketing campaigns, which talks about a certain type of dynamic advertising or placement with celebrities or TikTok or whatever. If the board members and the shareholders were happy and they're making money and they're outperforming or taking on their opposition and beating them, isn't that what we talked about digital transformation is? You're a big bank, takes you 18 months to pivot. Challenger Bank can come in and disrupt your market in 3 months. Isn't that what agility was for? Isn't that why we were striving for technology? Isn't that why AI is where it is today? Is we wanting to go faster, better, cheaper, but there has to be a reason behind it. Like you keep on saying, intent. There has to be an intent behind it, and that has to be a business decision. And if they're going to do that, someone needs to run all those permutations, run all those hypotheses, have all the right data, like we talked about Ukraine, have valid data that's defendable to say, if we think there's a market for this type of factory model of wine, to this, someone needs to be accountable for that decision to be made. And then if it's built and it proves right, then I think this is the whole point, isn't it? To create better things.
I think we need to, what might help is to distinguish between mass market software, say an app that's going to have 1 million users and they're going to be on it all day, like I want to say WhatsApp, that's hundreds of millions, isn't it now? With an app like that, I've got no problem at all treating Dark Factory as just a dark factory, exactly what it is, and not having some of the test process that you might have had on, let's say, something that would cost more than a bit of annoyance, because something doesn't render properly on a page. But the thing is with the high integrity stuff is you get very few chances to get it wrong. So, you know, if if you're writing software for an aeroplane, it's no good saying, oh, the first aeroplane falls out of the sky. You know, those guys are never going to accept that it can all be done by bots. Not in my, well, definitely not in my lifetime. I mean, maybe in I don't know, decades.
Mm-hmm.
But those are different things. So I completely agree with Jason, if he's still listening, I don't know. I completely agree with him that in some circumstances, ship it and just be ready to fix things very quickly is acceptable. Those things exist, I get it. But there are organizations typically spending an awful lot of money who the frontier model makers would love to get onto their customer. Process. And they love process. It gets them out of trouble all the time.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, like NASA or European Space Agency are not going to be putting Anthropic onto the next shuttle to basically control everything, right? They're still running on like 40-year-old technology because they know that for sure works. Maybe SpaceX and so on, but even I doubt that as well.
Yeah.
And then whatever, you know, like Jonathan said, you know, it's all about making money and appeasing the market and what the C-suite thinks is the best direction to make more money. But that has a significant impact on what the market wants, right? So they're fulfilling a market. They can't make money without just generating stuff that the market doesn't actually need. They need to generate things and create stuff that the market wants. And the market in the near future might not want, as the Will Smith analogy, might not want AI slop, right? Everybody's now like, again, nobody was concerned about AI slop 2 years ago. Everybody was looking forward to it. And now that we have like very good AI generated content, where sometimes it's indistinguishable from reality, and now everybody's like, no, I don't want this AI slop. I want the real Tom Cruise. Now that you're able to generate a complete like clone of him, and for pennies, right? It's like, well, no, I want now the real thing. So the market might not necessarily favor the things that are very heavily AI-based apps. So it might not progress at such a speed in a direction that it's hard to foresee. I always think about it's all about, 20, 30 years ago, we were building the World Wide Web. And I thought at the time, as I thought a lot of people, is that we're coming into an age of reason. We're going to have access to all this information, all this data. You're going to be, basically like facts and truth and honesty were going to be much more valuable because you had much easier access to all of it. And what is it? 30 years later, we have Reddit, porn, and video games, right? And then like the social media. Is that what it was built for 30 years ago? No, right? I don't think so. I don't think anybody foresaw it as the few decades later as the direction that the entire, like, what is the overall bandwidth of the internet? Like, where is it going? So who is the ones that are using, right? Social media, and for the most part, and disinformation and misinformation is at its peak, where you have access to what we think now is facts and data, and you thought that it would be much easier to understand what is accurate and what is factual when it's harder than ever. It's like the market took it in a completely different direction that was intended, or what was thought of a few decades ago.
I'm reminded of something I learned. It might be 50 years ago now. When I was a student, and I did an engineering degree, and I remember one of the lecturers saying that about 5 miles away in Oxford, the Cowley plant made the minis, the original minis, and it said every 14 seconds they knock out a front, what do you call it, the front panel on the left, a steel panel, right, which Just a piece of steel, gets painted, bolted onto the Mini, and off you go. And yet, in Crewe, where they make Rolls Royces, it takes a man 6 weeks to hand beat that panel to make it just as perfect. And one costs 600 quid, the car, and the other one costs 20,000 quid. Now, the only reason I'm saying that is not because people will pay for quality. I don't mean that at all. The point was it's exactly the same level of quality because the steel press generates these panels very quickly, but they're perfect. So why are they so much more expensive? Because the Rolls Royces are they can only test the quality of those things in a very limited number. The Minis are produced by the million. The Rolls Royces are produced hand-built with the guy who assembled the engine. He's got a little plaque on the top of the bloody engine and all that kind of attention to detail, and the stripes down the side, the little coach line, whatever it's called, is hand-painted with a very special brush made in Nepal. ... Why are people paying so much for this? Because it's a different product. One's a mass market product, and the other one is for people who can afford a bloody Rolls Royce or a Ferrari or another top of the range.
So are you saying testers in 5 years will be printing off test reports, writing done by James, whoever it is, and then getting it delivered, and people will be like, gosh, this software was tested. Do you remember when humans used to test stuff? And here's the report. They got their name on it, and they said it's okay. 10 out of 10 tests pass.
No, but the thing is, the Mini had 10,000 opportunities to get it right, whereas the Rolls Royce, they've got one chance because they have to take it off the car and throw it away. I mean, it's they don't get the number of opportunities. Maybe it's a bad example.
It's a bad example, but I think the other thing, it's all right. It felt like that. I'm glad I skipped school on that day, but I didn't go to Oxford, right? So part of it, if we look at the state of the nation, right, $40 billion spent on testing, right? So, and we're not gonna put on a geolocation where that is, right? But let's say it's somewhere in India for a second, and say it's done poorly, it's done badly, and we saw the big models this year make a turning point, which was they're now better than the average human, right? And forget AGI, that's not come in, right? But they're better than the average human, which is then better than the average tester, right? Jason got it passing the ISTQB to many people's upset 5 years ago, right? Or 3 or 4 years ago, whatever it was, when people started using models. And I know somebody in the comments said those models, they're not, there's a certain limitation. And there's also lots more use cases that we still haven't put it to, right? But let's say people are happy to pay, and this is what's upsetting me and Jason at the moment, right? People are happy to pay for people, because there's this perception that somebody, people hours, people time, at problem will be better than if it's done by a machine, right? Done by the mini press, as Paul's just talked about. I think that is not true anymore. I think the thing is, it is a balance, right? And it's not everything. It's not one thing or another. But I think this world has changed, right? We can't keep on doing it the old way. We can't keep on doing it, and maybe the misinformation is the misinformation what's happened from historically, where people are testing with limited amount of resources for limited time with limited value. And what we're trying to turn that, we're inverting it to say more value, more defensible evidence, but we're not trying to say it's one or another. It's actually, there's a blend. You can have Rolls Royce, but there's still a cost. These things can't be free. And I think the world, and this is where it'll get me shouted at a lot, the world believed for some reason free was better, right? But there was no such thing as free. As soon as you used 5 minutes on Selenium, you paid for those 5 minutes. As soon as you invested time in open source, it cost money, even if it was people time, right? And I think this is what we're talking about is, if you're applying somebody, how do you maximize that person? Do you give them the right tools to make them better at what they do and be more and 5x them? And this is what I'm kind of arguing, is that I can be 5x'd, but there's a certain cost of working now using these tools. and people need to factor that in. Is it going to amplify somebody who's not that great already and get them better? Absolutely not, right? And I think, it's the same problem we've been dealing with for a long time. So I don't think that's a new problem. An idiot with a tool is still an idiot. But, you can't also be, snobby, Rolls-Royce about it and say you need a driving license to use this tool. But I think there's got to be better AI literacy, better people understanding that we've got to raise the bar in what we're doing. This isn't an ISTQB. This isn't a formalized certification you've got to pass. This is, you've got to change the way that you look at the problem in the first place. And, Jason, how much critical thinking do you think you need in 2026?
That's left field, I have to say.
Like wetware or compute?
Well, I don't know, just critical thinking.
Well, I don't. You're all just trying to trigger me. Again, I will say, if you have to say critical thinking, you're probably not doing it very well. It should be like kind of table stakes. But yeah. I think what you're saying is right, Jonathan. That people should be AI accelerated right now. But the problem is that the reality on the ground, and people don't say this on like conferences or in streams or whatever, because it's not cool, it's not very popular, it's not very productive. But the reality is that no one's really doing it today. My biggest concern is that just testers will not adopt, like they'll still be pounding the steel. They won't look at how to do, on the assembly line for a Toyota, have the camera come over and visually check the welds and automate that. They won't do that because they like banging metal. That's my concern for people, is that this stuff's going to happen. This transition's going to happen very quickly. It's happening. I mean, people don't want to admit it, but this transition's happening very quickly. And if people don't, my angst is people don't pick up the new tools quickly. They're just not going to be, it doesn't matter what they say, they'll just disappear because they're not relevant anymore very quickly. And I know people want to say, oh, but at a bank or at somewhere else. The bank would probably prefer 10,000 QA AI agents testing their website as opposed to like 20 people in cubicles and run millions of tests. The reality for the near term, though, is that bank is going to have both, because it's just the risk avoidance is so high. I mean, the risk tolerance is so low. So they'll have to have both, and they'll have both until they think they don't need both. But the testers that aren't looking at the AI data that's produced, they're not using AI to expedite what they do, and they're trying to replicate what the AI does. Those people are just not going to be there. They're not going to be relevant. So people need to think about how to not just adopt the tools, but look at what the AI did, and like you said earlier, understand the instrumentation that the AI has and presents what coverage it did. The human can analyze it, but people are spending so much time trying to convince themselves, not even other people, but convince themselves that they're special and precious and that machines could never replicate what they do. But it's just not true.
Jason, I've been writing code for as long as I can remember. Honestly, I learned at school, so I don't want to, a long time. And I'm not the best programmer. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I'm any good at all at that game. But in February, when I looked at Claude Code on the release that was then available, because I think it had been released, I don't know,
It was
quite
before.
recently, I was completely transformed, and I thought, this is better than I can ever do. And that was it. I thought, I'll never write code again, and I won't write code again, because I don't see the bloody point anymore. People need to have these eureka moments and saying, crikey, it really can do a better job than I can. The problem is we haven't got enough examples yet. So we all have to work harder to get things out there that actually demonstrate that, there's another way of doing this job. And I'm absolutely committed to that. So, but banks will not think that way for some years, and they'll probably do
I think that's totally not.
But, it's interesting. So you threw the we don't want to go into the back Bolton thing earlier, but you put that out this week, and you kind of said, look, I'm addressing, and I'll get Jason, I'll forward it on to you for something to laugh at later. But put this out to say, look, I'm addressing these concerns, and I genuinely think this is a eureka moment for me, that I've changed the way that I'm going to develop software as a developer. He's never said he was a tester. I won't develop the way that I used to before. Now that metamorphosis, or whatever you want to call it, unfortunately Paul's in his yonder years, as you can see as the light goes down in the back. It's too late for Paul. He's literally, even if he turns into a butterfly, it's just too late. But the thing is, I've just said the same thing. I genuinely said the same thing last week. I was like, I've changed, right? I've now realized my potential's completely different with AI to not AI. And it's like a drug. I've never done drugs in my life, but now I'm completely hooked, right? I can see its potential, and I'm hooked in, and it's doing more. I'm producing more. I'm better at what I do on a day-to-day basis because of the tools that I'm using. And I know people are probably a long way behind both what Jason's doing, what Alex is doing, what we're experiencing here, which is why we're putting it out there. And I think that's the difference between us not turning up to a conference and saying, let's make AI great again, or testing great again. Part of it is it's too late for that stuff, right? It's like people turning up, and I heard them last year, which is why I stopped doing conferences this year. They're talking about, do Gherkin, do BDD, do, test first development. They were just talking about stuff they talked about for 10, 15 years. When they said they were doing Agile, they were doing DevOps. And now everyone's done AI. And the people who are talking about AI aren't talking about the experiences, the sudden kind of eureka moment. They're playing AI. They're AI curious. They're AI, maybe they're ready for AI. But the thing is, failure is a big part of this, is that you've got to realize that you aren't going to be able to you're not able to live in the same career as you were doing before. Paul used to tell me about how amazing his master test plans were, right? And about he'd made all this money, bought this beautiful house, just writing the most perfect test plan. We would wipe our ass on test plans, right?
Which no one ever fucking followed.
No one followed and no one read, right? But you were able to pass it to HMRC and everyone else and make a good career out of it. I genuinely don't believe that if all you've got is Selenium, Playwright, automation, you're doing the same stuff and you're expecting to run that career for another 10 years. I'm trying to say to you, no. This is your opportunity to change. You can either listen to us complaining, playing devil's advocate for a second, or you could go off, look at testers.ai, even though you won't be able to touch any of the products. Right? I tried to find some of them earlier. You go and look at Test Savant, go and look at InflectRack.
Actually, let me address that. You know what? We can talk real for a bit if we want to. So I built like 10 tools for people to use, freely available on for IDEs and for browser extensions. Because you can just click one button and it'll generate tests for you. One button, it'll find bugs for you. The reality is that testers don't want that, because that's what they do. They don't want something to do what they do. It makes sense. Yeah. Tellers never really liked ATMs, but you can't deny that the AI can just find bugs on a web page that you're on that you will miss. I even built one recently a couple weeks ago called I call it Co-Test Pilot for fun. And you know what it does? It's a side panel in Chrome, and it'll analyze the page you're looking at in real time. It'll tell you what bugs it found on the page, all different types of bugs, suggestions for different data inputs, and help you, and even help you file a bug, like by auto. You can click an element and it'll auto kind of can a bug description, and then you can click and add it to Jira. That's like AI enabling testers to move faster, find more bugs, find things they wouldn't have found. Nobody really wants this stuff. You post on LinkedIn, and I'm trying to help people, but they don't really want to do it. So, and definitely not in mass. There's just like a million plus testers, and there's I think 1,000 users of the extension that have used it. Could be marketing, but here's the key point. is that if they won't embrace it and quickly, the same code that runs in the browser can run in Claude. In fact, Claude doesn't even have to generate the code that runs in the browser. Claude can just look at the artifacts and find those bugs. So people need to, there's tools that can help them leap and give them more buffer, give them more runway until the machines do everything. But they don't, but real quick, but they don't want to. Like, and one more example, like Jonathan, we were talking to somebody who does accessibility testing for a living. Like I talked to two people that are super accessibility nuts. Okay, like there's you probably know them, and I show them the tools that find, like on the companies they work with on their own home pages, it will find hundreds to thousands of accessibility violations of WCAG stuff. Okay, on their own websites that they'll go to conferences and they'll say, hey, do accessibility, test it. Their own website that they're accountable for has hundreds of thousands of accessibility bugs in it. Guess what they do with those bugs? Nothing. They actually do nothing. So I think the absurdity is crazier because testers don't, by and large, there's some great testers, and this doesn't apply to them, but it's a minority. It's a small minority. Testers like to test. I don't think they actually care about finding the bugs or the quality of the software they're testing. Like that's actually what I'm finding, and it's reaffirming on a daily basis. They like the process of it. Script automation engineers, test automation engineers, they like to be paid to learn how to code and play around with it without having high stakes in their coding. And the manual testers like to put headphones on and have a repeatable, predictable livelihood, right? That's what they like to do. And those people, ironically, they like repetitive things, which is fine. But the problem is that really has high overlap with what AI can do. But they don't, so they won't embrace it. The vast majority of testers will not embrace these tools or technologies. And that means that it's just going to push far, far, far into Claude, because that developer who's making a new web page or whatever, he's not going to push it to a staging site and then wait for the people in cubicles across the hallway to come in to work, or over the weekend, they'll come in on Monday to test that thing. They'll just ask Claude to do the testing. I suggest this: if you want to have any idea what's going on with testing, the simplest thing you do is you open Codex, you open Claude, and you put a web page in a folder, and you just go open the folder in Cowork or whatever, and you just say, hey, test this web page, my test.html page. Just ask it to test it and find bugs. And guess what it will do? What it'll do, Paul?
I'm not sure, because
Well, I'm going to show you. That's what I'm going to do. But wait a second. Let me just refresh, and I'm going to show you this.
So forget
Jason,
but testers need to test stuff. They don't test the tools. They don't, because they build all of these artifacts in their mind to delude themselves that it can't ever do anything, but they don't actually test it.
That's another question. I'd stick my neck out and say most tests are actually, they're not designed, they're guessed. Because, like, you know, the methods that we've had since the dawn of time for selecting tests are still not used. Now, I'm not saying, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we should all go down the ISTQB route.
But this is not interesting.
Don't use the word.
I don't think this is interesting at all. Like, the fact that people don't use tools that they used to say they used a decade ago. I mean, yes, but it's not interesting. Like, we could talk about that for a decade.
2 seconds.
What
So
matters?
I want to show testers for a second, but also, you know, Jason, you know, Jana's getting married today, right? So she wanted to come to the session, and she said, "Oh, I really want to. I hope it's been recorded, and I will send her this segment, right? So this is with love to Jana, who's getting married as we speak." But so this is this morning, right? You can see May the 4th in the top right-hand corner of the screen. So this is the Disney store on the right-hand side. Now, for those people who are good with their eyesight, on the left-hand side is the same thing, trying to do an Apple payment at 8:04. On the right-hand side, me also trying to do an Apple payment at at 20 past 8. So I'm still running this. Yeah, I'm sharing the screen. It'll come up onto there in a second.
Okay.
So what you're seeing is not only a 504 gateway error, but me then tracking, it's running for over 60 seconds. I'm trying to make a payment, right? And we said this at the start, literally at 5 o'clock when we started the live stream. I said, Jana can't be here. Jana has used some of these tools. So testers.ai is a great example. But, this is not acceptable in 2026, right? And I know the statement which I made earlier, and Alex heard it, where it was like Mike Eckhoff saying, Disney said, if they don't buy, they'll come back later, right? But, I waited 30 minutes and had 5 or 6 failed payments against my account.
No, but this is still
And
okay. Well, real quick, you bring up Gianna real quick. So she, first of all, she works on the back end stuff, I believe, right?
yeah, so she's
inside.
not responsible for retail.
But-
so we're going to
But
let
here's the funny thing. Guess what though? And this is maybe who's good or bad. Like people think I'm making stuff up sometimes, but like the reality, I'll just be straight. Reality is Janet doesn't even use it. She doesn't use that stuff. She didn't bring it in because I don't know what she can say about it, but her team doesn't want. She's writing in a chapter in a book about this, but guess what? Testers don't want to do. They don't want to use tools that do what they do, so they resist it. And if you look at what is Jan? I was talking to her a couple weeks ago. What is she doing? She's playing with Cursor. Do you know what I mean? And having Cursor test little projects, and she's playing around with it. So that's the reality on the ground. Even Jan, I wish she was on the call. But she's, those testers, without revealing too much, they don't want to use the AI that can do things that they do. They just don't. And even then what everyone's doing is they're in the closet playing with Cursor and maybe Claude. They'll do Claude next year, but they're playing with Cursor this year. And they're realizing like, oh, SHIT, guess what Cursor can do? If you build something in Cursor, you just talk to the chatbot and you go, hey, test this for me. And guess what it does? People were missing the whole topic here. Like a 503 on Disney, Mike. Okay, it's a problem. And by the way, it's probably a problem because a human coded it, is actually my guess. And it wasn't tested very well, right? With an AI testing, it just may actually test it more thoroughly. But the crazy thing is that the testing is moving into the AI agents. It's not moving into, testers are not adopting the tools. They're not adopting the AI themselves. They're not even testing it. They're just wanting it to not be true for a certain amount of time. And everyone we talk behind the scenes, what do they all say? What everyone asks me is, how much more time do we have? They ask me, everyone, they'll get on stage and they'll be like, oh, I use AI, it makes me more productive, and which is not usually true. Secondarily, they just ask, how much more time do we have? Like literally, people from Microsoft locally are asking me this like multiple times a week. And on the AI teams, ironically, the teams at Microsoft that focus on AI are the most concerned about their job security, which is the focus of this May the 4th, right? So I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
we should be.
I would say that's true. That's true for AI testing legacy style applications. Like right now, but they'll have no choice whatsoever as more and more is powered by agents and powered by AI itself, where you don't have to go through an interface like this. Like Jonathan, what's your intent with going to the Disney store? What was it that you were hoping to achieve?
Well, I wanted to order a whole stack of stuff, and I was going to spend, as you've probably seen from my other streams, I realized I've got $20,000 of pins, which is what I streamed earlier, right? I was ready to buy $400, $500 of extra more pins from May the 4th. Yeah. They'd all sold out by the 30 minutes by the time I got it, right? And so that idea that they had originally, which was, it's fine, these people will come back. They can't get back because now I can't buy what I want to buy. And the thing is, the damage that they're doing to the brand, and they're saying it doesn't impact them because it's just a user interface or something, right? but actually it's the front of your business. And it doesn't matter if it's a web page or a mobile app or it's a back-end system. Part of it is it's your brand. And if you genuinely are happy to ship this out, it doesn't matter if what you build at the back end is brilliant, because if you're basing your entire company on Oracle and then no one can check into the resorts, no one can get into the parks, then you've failed. You've all failed, right? And I think this is the thing, is we're so good at being in our silos, and there'll be 50 business units within Disney that will all be like, well, it's not my problem. But it's like, if I was involved, which in all fairness, I've not been in a role like that. Like at Deutsche, I had 2,600 systems, 74 mil. It was a nightmare because certain places would succeed, some wouldn't. And the only thing I learned before, thankfully, they sacked me was that I had to target an ecosystem. So I went for eSphere, 430 terabytes, drive it, doubling, every so often. And I went for the ecosystem, 26 upstream, 26 downstream, target all of that, look at the savings, not the amount of regression tests run, the amount of automated test runs. It was collectively, what are we trying to solve? And the intent was, eSphere was the biggest platform, but it was also financially the most lucrative transfer, platform. This is the front of your business. You might say merch is only X amount, or, products only X amount, but actually it's brand. And I hope that a year from today, when we relook at the World Digital Report and there's been some catastrophic mistakes made, and I would hope that we'd hold the people accountable for those people who are responsible for this, for the testing of these systems. Like, I would love to be able to just have a VLOOKUP of all the people who supposedly tested this app, and just be able to ring them up and have a conversation with them. Because I can tell you what I would have said at 8 a.m. this morning, right? I would have said, I could give you something that would give you, better tests, quicker, faster value, find some of these issues. And you shouldn't be at the place you're at, because you are 10 years ago, 1990 wants its technology back. You are literally, it's embarrassing. And I just don't think we celebrate so much success, saying about how awesome things are. But the reality is, your favorite website sucks. And, your favorite, if you're going to Starbucks, or you're going to, you're using the BMW app, which, Jason sat in there, when they upgraded to Flutter on the mobile app, can you remember the Alexa advert, which they did originally, where you could literally shout through people's letterboxes, you've got a BMW, and go, hey, Alexa, tell BMW to open my car. And then they just get into your car. And you were sat there going, what the hell? Part of it is, where was this stuff tested? Who's accountable for it?
Is that a use case that AI would have figured out?
Yes.
Absolutely. I think this
let me posit this. And because every tester go like, well, probably not, and it doesn't matter. What matters is that these pages should obviously be just tested in mass. Like, all the basic stuff should be covered by AI testing agents, and they can easily find 503s and stuff like that. But the humans are very likely, based on everything I know about the testing world, they're slowly testing this website, recurs over and over again, right? And they got probably like 3-week functional test passes or something. So things will be broken for 3 weeks until they find them. And they probably don't have good alerting in ops or whatever. But anyway, the key thing is the testers should be having the AI find all this crap for them, so that they can go, oh, what's a crazy scenario that the AI wouldn't think of, or probably didn't think of, or something that would be embarrassing, like Jonathan's saying, to the brand, right? Or dangerous, or very edge cases and creative things, like yelling at somebody's car and getting it to open, right? Like, those are maybe where the humans, that's the last stand of humans, but we need the humans for all that creativity, right? It doesn't matter like if the AI can or can't, and it's a moving target, right? And if you prompt the AI correctly, it'll probably do that. But did you prompt it correctly, or did it have the right context? But people need to orchestrate and kick off the AI testing agents to do all this basic stuff, so that they can think about those hard, creative, and interesting problems. And the funniest thing testers don't get is that's exactly the type of thing that management likes. They don't care that you've tested the buy button 50 more times this week, right? and they really don't like it when you have a 503 out in production, but the testers like to do the testing. They don't actually focus on the quality, and they don't focus on getting managed, moving up in management or leadership or just in pay grade. A lot of people just want to sit there and they're happy taking their money and going past go. But the smart people and the ones that will remain, the ones that will do awesome, and the companies and testing vendors that will be awesome, will use AI tools to the max, but then they'll use their magic human powers, the gray matter that is interesting, as long as it is interesting, to find those types of cases. And there should be somebody that cares about quality that thinks about it, right? Or even just watches TV or YouTube and sees that, oh my gosh, that's scary. Sees a bug on Twitter. They're following Twitter all day for quality issues for their product. Or watching these YouTube or LinkedIn videos for Jonathan to complain about Disney, but they don't. That's the concern.
I think
But
we're
I
looking
don't
at
think those people are helpable, and they'll move too slow. So it's just kind of
and
not
they're
interesting.
gonna go extinct. We're looking at this stuff, I think, in the outdated way, because if Jonathan's intent was to purchase May the 4th
That
be with
helmet,
you.
that's sold out now because I couldn't get it because I couldn't pay.
Yeah. This not even interface. This user experience is already outdated because your intent was not to scroll through pages and pages of inventory and log in and go to the store and click on the next button. Your intent was to purchase something. And so Disney is value is that you're going to then ask your agent, I need to purchase May the 4th content for my podcast that's happening right now. Let me tell you who are the people. You are not even going to be having this interface anymore. So there is no need to test a 6 items or 123 different pages of it.
Goodness,
You're just going to be
by the way,
specified intent.
Jonathan may not even think about it. The agent should suggest this is a good idea for the podcast.
That's right. And that's exactly what's going to happen. The agent is going to say, I think for your podcast, the ideal for May the 4th Star Wars related stuff should be a couple of t-shirts, maybe a lightsaber, things like that. Let me generate some images for you and confirm. Does that look like something that we think you should be doing, or does that appeal to you? You say yes. It uses the metadata from that image that it just generated to look through the inventory databases at Disney to then actually link, here's what's, I think, the actual inventory, physical inventory that we think matches your desires. Do you confirm? And so now the tester has to be testing that entire workflow. So clicking on the next button or clicking on each of these links on a static web page, I think is out the door. I think a year, 2 years from now, for sure.
Yeah,
it's gone.
We said that before, right? As much as I don't like pyramids, and Paul talks about them a lot, but everyone looked at it and went, the UI is the top bit of that, right? And we were like, yeah, we know that's just like insane, right? And then for some other reason, I'm going to blame this. I know we got 8 minutes left of this live stream, but in theory, we could just go on for like the next 3 days and 3 nights. But part of it is things are changing, and I think MCP can't hack it. We talked about CLI for testing. I talked about it 10 years ago, but then HR walked me off site. But part of it is being able to operate agents, be able to talk and interface with other systems clearly, not through having to go through some large language model, through some Copilot, Cowork, whatever. It just should be agents making conversations, suggesting what's interesting, what you've missed, what you've not thought about. Like, to me, that's like infinitely interesting, right? Like you said, Alex, and I think it's a money thing, which is why I'm saying go fund, Test Savant for at least 10 million and then give the other 10 million to Jason, right? Part of it is we need to be thinking about these hard problems where we're turning around and saying, well, where do you want to go today? The Microsoft quote for Windows, right? Part of it is what is interesting? Where should we be focusing our time? That's where I think the future of this stuff goes, is that actually we're so narrow in our thinking at the moment that actually agents should open that up to us to say, what's next? Where else should we be spending our time? Where can we do better? And I think improvement is 10x, 15, 20x, right? I think people need to see value, and they also need not to fear this stuff. And I think that's what, I think Jason kind of said. He's like, he created these tools that, and I genuinely, I've been in, this is 4 decades. I've done test automation was my first role in the 90s. And we've not seen any difference in step change, right? And then suddenly, the last 6 months, the game has completely changed, right? All bets are off. And suddenly I'm looking at this going, this is not just a door open to kind of say it's a step change. It's rewriting everything we've thought about before and what we thought was right and wrong. This is now a new generation. So that's the question, is how do we get it through to the mass? Well, maybe we don't. Maybe the masses aren't the people that should be using these tools.
Testers aren't your customers for these things.
Well, no, testers aren't, but developers probably aren't either. It's I'm
sure they hate it. Yeah.
Is it elevating it to the next level? Who are these people? Because I genuinely believe somebody in the business, and maybe I've not found them, actually at Disney do genuinely care about their customers. And actually in the morning, wake up, go, how can we make a difference, right? And Paul Walt, who's, turning in his grave at this point in time, he's sat there thinking, I passed this over. They've got a new CEO coming in. If I was trying to do a new legacy, I would want to make change. And I would want to make an impact. And I would care about my customers. And I think that's the difference. We've talked a good game about customers. But in the real world, we've all experienced bad experience with software. Everybody does it. No one complains about a car not starting, even though it doesn't start some days. Hardware, it works. Software, we try and do anything in 2026, it still doesn't work. And I blame every tester and developer that's out there, apart from the 2-3 here, because otherwise they'd beat me up.
Yeah, to add a closing thought.
Now's the time to do it.
If I could add a closing thought. So speaking specifically about Jana, she is, definitely an incredibly valuable asset and tester. She at Star East won I think it was the best test plan contest. So who can produce like the best? I think it was the test plan overall. But anyway, she got number 1 and she won that. And people like her are going to be extremely valuable to companies like Disney and others, because they're going to be training and the next set of evaluators that are going to be used to evaluate the results of these tests. And Paul, to your example where Anthropic code, right, Claude decided came up with a significant improvement in their code generation, it's because they didn't use the internet garbage of majority of GitHub available code to train that latest model. They used expert developers who came up with new innovative code, and then they created synthetic data, I think, from that, and trained their model on this new code and not on the garbage that's out there on the internet. Yeah, and I think it's the same thing with testing, is that whatever that LLMs can test now, they test that based on the public data that was available for them to train those LLMs to be able to test. But these LLMs are not able to produce and generate new innovative things because they're trained on the old. And they're going to be needing to be tuned and trained by the innovative brains, I think, that are maybe not the vast majority of a QA department, but certainly the clever people.
I like that.
In the models.
I know you don't, but we've got, as closing counts, I kind of agree with one thing, which there was a guy in the chat, we didn't do very well with chat. There's one guy in the chat who said, large language models are not going, I'm going to put I put it up so we can all see it, right? He kind of said, I don't think models are going to keep improving at the same rate. I think tooling's going to get better. And I think I agree with this.
Wait, real quick. It's fantastic that somebody that's just that guy in the chat who doesn't work at any large language model companies or aware of the technology, knows how it works, probably never trained an LLM himself or a neural net. But he's got this opinion. It's pretty amazing and pretty exciting.
Well, there's a more exciting one, which is addressed directly to you, Jason. Said, hi, Jason. No, I am not going to agree with you. Of course, I care about my job. I don't think we ever said you didn't care about your
real
job.
quick, there's 3 people watching us. They've got to be nerds. So probably the people watching are not the ones that we're talking about. They're probably the good ones.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing is I genuinely believe if you've decided to dial in on your 56K flex modem, you are genuinely wanting the change, right? We're telling you the good stuff here, right? We are trying to point you in the right direction to freedom, right? If I was wearing like a Scottish robe, I would shout it and charge at the screen, but it wouldn't help, right? I genuinely think we're trying to make a difference. And I think what Alex kind of said on those remarks is like, I agree with, there's no original thinking or any, it's not going to create anything net new by using something that's just trained. A lot, I
But
don't.
that's not. That's real quick. That's total. That's total bunk, though. That's total. It's
Can I say
that's.
something?
You can. You give us something, and then Jason's going to finish
By the
this
way,
out a bit poetic.
That's okay.
Alex was entirely right about coding and the Claude Code thing. The thing with coding is it depends entirely on patterns. And what Claude Code does...
That's all you are, Paul. That's all you are, man.
The pattern is,
okay,
it's a really beautiful pattern at the moment.
Hold on. I don't agree
And literally you're super pattern man.
Let me finish and then you can shoot me down, please. So when you actually ask it to do something, it does grep this and it does a MySQL check on data. It does this. It looks at its context and tries to figure out what the hell I've just asked it to do. But it will say, I will look at the way we did this last time. And I catch it doing that all the time. It looks at the pattern that it believes it works. And as far as I know, it does work. So it doesn't use its imagination. With testing, we've got 2 choices. One is we become a very good I don't mean technical testing, but technically competent to identify test cases from a requirement or from a situation or from a risk, whatever. There are very few good technical testers in that respect. Or we use our imagination and nous. Now, the thing is, AI doesn't have imagination or nous. It only knows what it knows, and it uses that. Yeah. Maybe imagination will come from the models. I don't know.
Figment.
But the thing is, it's a low bar, for AI to become as good as most testers. So I agree entirely with what you're saying. I would use the phrase flat-footed. There's an awful lot of flat-footed testers in our business. They shouldn't be in our bloody business. ISTQB does not help. It makes flat-footed testers because they don't learn the techniques that might help them to become more sophisticated, let's say, for want of a better word. But that's what I mean. I'm not sure large language models are a way to become better testers.
Yeah, and then whatever they do know is the filling in the pattern of old user experiences that are a year from now will completely no longer be relevant at all, which is going to web pages, going to static applications that are not completely customized to the exact intent and the desire that I have as the user. It makes no sense for the teenagers of tomorrow to be using applications. This is the way that we old farts have been using for the last 30 years.
I would say something to that. Part of it is, and thankfully I've never been a good developer, but we develop in our own image, right? And I would say of the end game. But what I love, going back to testers for a second, and I'll throw back to Tester Bank, because I genuinely think both of them they're hand in hand. And it's kind of what we were trying to do with the Wilderness Report in the first point, right? I said your favorite website sucks, right? I went on my favorite website, tried to buy something, it didn't happen. I asked testers.ai, create some embarrassing test cases. It's found one that it finds you a 1 pence coupon message, right? So if you use the word key on the website, it will give you 1 penny, right? So it just looked at the JavaScript, worked at which codes would be accepted, and it found a use case where you get a penny off, right? And it went through, used some reasoning. Of course, there's nothing sophisticated about this. It's ad intelligence, right? And I think that's what we're saying is ad intelligence here is the bit where you have to squirt it in. And so I think part of what we're trying to say is a tool with an idiot is still a tool. However, with great hands become great responsibility. We've got a bottle of wine between us. And Jason's
had about one glass.
I've had one glass, but I don't drink, so it's completely different. But I think that's the whole point is we can't use the same rules, expect the same outcomes. And it isn't a quote from Einstein because he never said that, right?
Okay, whatever.
But part of it is I feel like we're not adding any brain matter to it, as Jason's kind of saying. We're not value add. We're just proxies in this current economy of just passing tests, making things green, and we're not the Hulk, right?
In my opinion, we don't have the testers we need in the industry because we've let them believe that all you need to do is do a 3-day class and you're there. You're at the pinnacle of your career after a 3-day class. For God's sake, I mean, those of us who've done degrees, 3 years it takes, and you think, oh, now I begin to know something about the universe, and I know a tiny fraction of what I could know. So, we are not we're not well equipped as an industry to deal with AI. And I think that's one of the reasons that maybe people aren't, but one reason is turkeys don't vote for Christmas, for God's sake, but the what's the word? The nous. I don't know if that is an American word as well. Nous, N-O-U-S.
I think it's what you call
streetwise. We're not as an industry. We're not streetwise. And if you're streetwise, you learn how to code. Oh, I'm a tester. I can't possibly learn how to code. If you learn how to code, a whole world opens in front of you. And and then you say, Jesus, I need imagination to build stuff that will help me. And so we don't have a kind of an innovative majority of people who know how to make things happen with software. We just don't have that. But as developers, it's second nature. What do you mean do it manually? I'll write some code. They don't think of bloody doing things manually. They always think code can do this better, faster, cheaper, ... We don't have that as a culture in our business, and that's such a disadvantage we've given ourselves. I say we've given. I'm a developer, for God's sake. I've been talking about testing for 30-something years now. And it's a cultural thing. It's a human problem. It's not a technical problem we're trying to deal with here. Same goes for our customers, because they don't understand testing any better than the testers a lot of the time. They really don't. They really don't.
Hey, but customers are different. The eye of the beholder, right? It's part of the business making a decision. And I want to bring Jason back in here because he's looking a bit too cool. Because I keep on seeing him on a 10-minute delay. He's really looking cool with his shades on.
Gentlemen, I have to say, it's been an absolute pleasure.
4 hours. Alex, you lasted 4 hours of this live stream, and you only had to deal with me for how long?
I guess I didn't read the rules. I didn't realize that I could have left hours ago. No, it's been really, really awesome. It's been great to be here, and I really appreciate you guys doing this. So sorry, I do have to jump off, but I think this was very informative and very entertaining in parts as well.
Thanks, Alex. We'll make sure we put the highlights in there.
Excellent. Good to see you guys. Okay.
30 seconds of TikTok.
In 4 hours.
Thanks, Alex. And testsavan.ai. He's gone. Jason, finish us off. Final thoughts. We're not going to interrupt. Okay. Whatever you say, and then we're going to hang up because
that's
what you want to listen to.
It's a true honor. So I think back to what you were saying earlier, the question is who's the customer of the testing, not the testing of the quality data, right? It might actually be pretty soon, quick, the business leaders and the CEO, not engineering orgs, let alone test orgs. That's what the World Digital Report really, I think the main thing we haven't emphasized enough about it is that what happened is you spun up like, I don't know, several thousand AI testing agents to test hundreds and hundreds of websites, right? And you found quality issues that are escaped issues. These are things in production today. So who should care about that quality information, right? Funny thing is, testers don't usually care, even if you show them. I've seen this. Engineers don't necessarily even care. They want to they fix what they're told to fix, basically. They don't like to think about quality, they like to think about functionality usually. But now the risk, if businesses and companies don't care about these AI testing agents and the data they produce across, I mean, like, you didn't hire 1,000 people, right, Jonathan?
Well,
To
no,
get all
I
this
got
data
you through
together.
it. That was the trick.
Yeah, you made me do it. But guess what? They work while I sleep. Quite literally, they run while I sleep, right? And so, and it just scales, and think of the cost basis, right? It's orders of magnitude change. That's what's happening today. AI testing agents have actually found hundreds and thousands of bugs on real world websites that are escapes even. That's the issue and worry of today. What's going to happen is, if people don't wake up in mass and take care of these quality issues, adopt the AI testing agents to test their software, their current software today, what the AI agents do in the future, the AI coding agents are just going to use the AI testing agents. They're going to be out of the loop. That's really what I want to say here. That's what I see coming. That's the light at the end of the tunnel. That's pretty bright and getting pretty big and close. And it just, all this discussion, and if I look frustrated, it's because it's the discussion of today, but it's not the discussion of the far future. This is like months away that this next transition is going to happen, which is Claude just asks a QA agent, and it's demonstrable on my machine. People want to see it at some point. I think I've shown Jonathan. But the AI coding agents can call the AI testing agents. When they're done building, they go, hey, can you test this for me? And guess what they do? They find bugs and send them back to Claude. And guess what Claude does? Fixes them. So the humans are going to be outside of that loop, and they need to bring them in to their companies to be competitive, the QA agents, or they just won't be competitive. And somebody needs to care about quality and bring them in and actually do something with the data. And then have the time to, we always thought test automation would do for us, is give us the time to think about the creative scenarios. But that time's coming far more quickly than I think 96% of the testing population will adopt these things. It's just going to happen, and Claude's going to orchestrate most of the testing for everybody.
But you can't test without an understanding of what the system should do.
Paul, I would love to do like a 2-hour one with you. There's a thing called a context window, and you pass that context into it. The context window.
Well, exactly. Yeah. Where does the requirement come from?
Well, I think this is the interesting
Go
thing.
quick.
So
Anthropic doesn't. You like coding. You like to tell people you code. Coding's not interesting anymore. The machines code better than you, so it's not interesting. Guess what the next level of that, Paul, is? Ask the machine. No one ever does it. Test the machine. Test the AI, Paul. Test it and say, hey, what is a good feature to add to this product? It's amazing. It'll come up with better requirements than you, Paul. It'll come up with better requirements. You may have your own requirements, but how do you know they're better than the machine's requirements?
Well, because a machine is not a human.
This is the fundamental problem. You're starting with injecting yourself into. You have an extreme bias toward human thinking. That's why you're stuck in this, I think.
For a human, not for an agent. That's the thing. If I'm right, well, I'm sure Jonathan's told you, I've got this requirements.
Yeah, and you need to work on the acronym because it's weird.
Well,
it's Jank.ai.
We'll see. We'll see. Whatever. No, the thing is, it's not for the end result of the whole process is a definition of what the AI should build. Okay, that's the handover. This is what I want you to build, and we've done our darndest make it as accurate and precise and significant as possible with AI. So all I'm trying to say is the original idea is a human's idea. Say, look, this is how we're going to.
That's how you start. Well,
and off we go.
But Paul, I'm not trying to cut you off to be rude. I'm just saying what the interesting part about the discussion or debate is that we fundamentally do not agree on that. The fact that a person has an idea means that is the rubric, that's the definition of a good idea or a better idea. I actually believe that for most projects and most product managers I've worked with before, they've written requirements. Claude does a far better and far faster and far cheaper job. And often one of the best prompts I'll share with people is this: is I don't ask it to do requirements. I don't give it requirements, but I ask Claude, what are the next new good features that would be highly valuable? I just say, give me a list of them. You know what it'll do? It'll give me 20. And you know what I do? I say, do all of them, but the third. All but the third one. And by the way, I didn't think of half of them, but they're obviously good, and then it'll just go implement them for me. And then I can say, can you test them for me? And guess what it does? Codex can drive the browser and do the testing too now, Paul.
No, I think that's the whole point. So, before Alex rudely left us, even though we're 15 minutes over the 4-hour marathon, right? He said Jana won the 2014 Best Test Plan Award in Star East on a Tuesday morning award, right? Which was huge, right? Now, if we look at this beautiful, generated by Claude test plan, right? It's got all of this information. He's even talking about Salesforce commercial cloud outage. And of course, it's read all of these beautiful documents. The PSI DSS 411 is my favorite, right? But, the whole point of it deciding, because it's Jana, to do risk-based testing, right? She's done RBT, right? Which is, someone did send an email on the inbound saying your privacy policy on testers.ai needs to be.
Did you quote my 300-page book on risk-based testing?
Yeah, well, I think if you look at the terms and conditions there for Checky, it unfortunately says if your name's Bolting, you're not allowed in. But anyway,
or if you've taken an RST class in the last.
We're still live, yeah.
Oh God, there's no one watching, is there?
No, there's only 40 people on, so it's fine, right?
Two watching.
No, that's you're on different. You're on 6 different channels.
These artifacts are for humans to parse and understand and
human interaction, right?
Yes.
Look, it thinks there should be a QA lead, a performance engineer, and accessibility. If we asked it how much all these people would cost, plus dev, int, staging, performance environments, we need K6, we need New Relic. We're going to have to get onto the guys that it's an anagram New Relic in Portland. It's like, then we got to do. Of course, we've got to do RACI, all of this stuff. Who's going to be responsible for doing security, ASVI, hygiene stuff?
And that's a test plan, is it?
Well, it's better than your test plans.
No, but it's all about logistics. It doesn't say anything about testing.
Look, the P60LT things talks about 2.4 5 seconds, right? And there's WCAG AAA there for accessibility violations. You do realize it's like 2.5 billion people who have got a disability at some point in their lives.
No. But all right, I'm like, let's talk about functional testing.
You want me to write a functional plan? You asked me, this is a master test plan.
It doesn't mention.
No one's read any of these documents for 20 years.
It's all about all the scaffolding and.
Can you dust off this test plan that nobody read?
Okay.
That's the whole point. Is none of this is useful. What is useful in the new one?
I didn't write that. I wrote useful ones.
I know you did.
From time to time.
From time to time.
And then. So, I don't know if you know Jeff Thompson.
Nobody knows Jeff.
Well,
apart from all the
involved with ISTQB. Well, I worked with him in 1994 and wrote this test strategy for Legal & General, a big insurance company. And 10 years later, Jeff said, I've been using your test strategy for 10 years as a consultant. I thought, Jeff, you've completely missed the point of what that document is about, And he's a big wig in ISTQB. Yeah,
Well,
I've got to say.
it did some ISO stuff as
I
well.
hope he's not upset. I've told him that, so I hope he doesn't watch this and get upset.
Well, it won't. Nobody's watching this part because we've got
All right.
20 minutes over. Anyway, Jason,
I was supposed to get
you
the
know,
last thing.
thank
You weren't
you.
going to say anything else. Whoever's
I
listening at
will,
home,
and I want you
whoever's
to.
listening at home, ignore everything that was said. Just use AI to do your testing while you can and as fast as you can. And if you haven't asked, if you don't test AI, you're not a tester. It can do amazing things if you drop the bias that you are a precious unicorn and that a machine cannot replicate what your wonderful brain can come up with. Then you haven't tested or tried it or given enough context. It's better than smarter than me. I admitted that like last year.
My name's Jonathan. It's smarter than me. And
At coding, it is smarter than me.
so there we go. We have done it.
If you haven't tested it though, Paul, that's the problem.
Yeah, but it does test without even asking. It just does it. So, like, I'll ask it to build something simple. It's got 143 tests. Some of them are
okay. So I will say this: there will be the demand soon for 1,000 times more testing and QA, whatever we call testing, QA, quality work. There will be orders of magnitude more demand, but I think only maybe less than 5% of the current testing world community and people will be part of that loop because they're just not getting into the loop now, and they'll move too fast.
That was my initial prediction, and we'll finish on it. But we
need a new species.
No, I don't think it's a new species. I think we've been highlighting it all night. But I said, will AI replace testers? The answer is yes. I think I was being under optimistic at 50%. I think we're going to see 20 to 30%. You've seen this with Microsoft, Google layoffs and stuff like that. We're going to see this natural selection thing go, right? That's fine. And we needed this, right? We needed this culling for a long time. The difference is, I think, in our industry, more than any other industry, I think you just highlighted it with ISTQB, we're at most risk. We're most vulnerable because the 5%, the JANAs, the few people that are left.
JANA doesn't even use doesn't use AI testing agents. I'm just saying.
But we can twist her arm. Now she's married as of today. We're literally, we're giving her away in this live stream in a way, and we're saying, Jana, testers.ai.
To be fair, she's using Cursor, which is an agent, but yeah.
It's fine. We'll gift it her for a honeymoon. When she comes back from
Barbados. Guess what we could gift her, Jonathan? Guess what the best gift is for her right now? I know so. I was chatting with her on text. The best gift for her is a Claude subscription because she doesn't have one. So that's why she's using Cursor. She just needs a Claude subscription. Get her the $100 plan.
That's fine. She's going to log into my one. I'll just give you the password stuff now over the last 2 seconds. No, I'm only kidding. my 10x one's not doing anybody anything. But anyway, Jason, thank you so much for persevering with us.
Thanks for putting up with me.
And also,
I'm sorry, I get a little
dialing in.
I'll go back and chat with Claude for a while.
Yeah. And you say, what would Jonathan say here? He'd be talking about something about the spoon. There's no spoon.
I fully emulated you. The only problem is when they added the image generation, it got a little uncomfortable.
It looks like you
got a little uncomfortable.
That's the problem. It's that blend of me and you that, if you go to testers.ai, the younger version of Jason looks like a love child, which means we've either got the same mother.
That's true. It's actually kind of true.
We were born in the same, uterus, but, on that bombshell, we're going to give it up. 4 hours, 21 minutes. Cheers, Jason.
Right, cool.
And
I love you, Paul. Thanks for my patience.
All
right.
May the